Nice.
All right. So yeah, this is session 45 now of our Pathfinder game. We took a little
Ooh.
two session, 1.5 session break to play with some other characters who are off doing some Black Ops work for Jathal. That team managed to put an end to the Black Tears mercenary group that had been plaguing the kingdom. Discovered that the head of the Black Tears was a devil, a succubus, who, when she was forced to retreat, basically said, like, I'm not being paid nearly enough to deal with you idiots. Let it slip that the Black Tears were being bankrolled by King Irovetti of Patax to mess about with the marches. No actual proof or anything other than the word of a devil, but it tracks with other things that you guys have discovered over time that Patax is probably not to be trusted.
If you can't trust devils, who can you trust?
I mean, devils are fairly trustworthy.
Yeah,
Demons, not so much, but devils.
that's true. Other than that, back in the kingdom, it's been like 9 months of peace. The kingdom has continued to expand. You had a couple little setbacks here and there with like a plague outbreak that was put down. There
But
was
we have hospitals now.
You do have hospitals now, several hospitals now actually. The kingdom is booming. Like I said, I did the math, and the kingdom itself, territory-wise, is roughly the size of New Brunswick, and population-wise is roughly the size of Prince Edward Island. You've got I think it's like 155,000 people, most of whom live in one of your actual cities. I think you have 6 cities overall now. I think every one of your settlements is expanded to a city, and Leighton is actually a metropolis. It's not quite at the level of Absalom yet, but it's well on its way. It's basically kind of like if Absalom is New York, then Leighton is something like Toronto. Like not nearly as big, but definitely on its way. With that comes some problems. I mean, there's been a slight uptick in crime, which necessitated the building of a jail here or there. There's occasional rumors of corruption amongst the rulers here and there, but nothing that has gotten out of hand. And Lindsay has been putting in like a ton of work now that there's a printing press to basically make like back in the Old West, they had like the dime novels that told like the stories of like the outlaws and everything. She's basically been producing those sort of little pamphlets to kind of spread the legend of the rulers and all the good things they've done and all the adventures they've had. Enough to be to keep the people pacified. The people feel like they're in safe hands.
I mean, to be fair, our usual response to allegations of corruption is yes, and
Yeah. But you guys do have a significant amount of downtime if there's anything in particular you want to do. I know that the professor and one of his associates from the college have been working for basically through the fall and through the winter on building an airship. This huge alchemical powered flying contraption. It's like 90 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 60 feet high. Like, it's a big ship. So that takes a bulk of the professor's time. But if there's anything in particular folks would like to do during the downtime, we may as well kind of montage through that.
I guess I can start. Um, I'll definitely spend a bit at the start researching the Oculus and Overbane, reaching out to some extra colleagues in the Palatine Eye. And I'll come back to the marches with Amaranthar, the well-known sort of interplanar detective that we keep on dial. I'll introduce him to the group and to to Bishop Hall, because he will be joining us for the next foreseeable future. We'll work on the airship, and I will source and enchant a Kraken Pearl for Flower, so that we can use the sort of occult magics that Krakens are known for to try to shield his mind from prying fingers.
All right. So I mean, we may as well get Amaranthar to introduce himself.
Right. So Amaranthar is an elven wizard. He's essentially a planeswalker, school of the boundary, very old. Um, he spends most of these last 9 months with Prof, working on the airship and working on deciphering whatever clues we could find out from the Oculus and from the sword. All in all, he's pretty soft spoken, doesn't cause much trouble. He's his secondary class is an investigator, so he's something of a detective.
Perfect.
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Right. And since you guys are specifically researching the Oculus and the sword, you can give me Arcana rolls or crafting for the professor, and the other person can make an assist roll.
I got 26. What do you got?
I think higher than 26. Crafting? Oh no, my crafting's only 24. All right, I'll make the assist then.
Ooh.
I assume I can pursue a lead on
You can, yes.
40. Not bad.
Yeah, so that's a critical success. So I believe critical master, I think, gives you +3.
Ooh.
Oh, 35. 35 on the Oculus. That's it. Uh, 35 actually is not enough.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
So you can't tell anything about the Oculus at all. It is definitely potently magical. You can tell that much for sure. But unfortunately, you cannot figure out what exactly it does, other than it's very clear, based off the professor's descriptions and what Vorticai was doing, that it is meant to physically replace an eye. And it appears as though the only way you're going to be able to figure out exactly what it does is by doing so.
Not necessarily. We might need to get some extra planar help. Potentially summon in something smarter than us.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean, we do have a swamp witch if you need a second opinion.
It's not a terrible idea.
God, such a refreshing. Yeah.
Be sure to bring
Uh,
her some tea. She likes tea.
And don't call her a swamp witch either.
So yes, so you could you could talk to the the swamp witch and see what she has. She doesn't mind being called a swamp witch. She doesn't like being called a hag.
Oh,
Hags have certain negative connotations.
sure. I feel like both are fairly
Well,
negative, but
both are negative, but
Mhm.
there's ones that she dislikes more.
acceptable levels. Yeah,
She's taking it back.
Yeah.
yeah. Reclaiming it.
And you can also give me the same rolls for the sword.
Come on, do something.
Well, that'll be another +3.
That's status, right?
Yes. No, circumstance. And also, actually, for the sword, you can use Arcana or Religion.
Oh, Arcana for sure.
There you go.
Have you seen that unified theory feat?
Oof, 45, 48, critical success. All right. So the sword, Ovenbrain. So during your research, you do find the story of the sword, which I've recounted previously. Basically, Armag was a bad dude, pissed off Pharasma. Pharasma and Gorham went to war over him. While they were fighting amongst themselves, he got killed. Gorham bound his soul into the sword. Whoever is worthy can wield the sword. The sword itself is not evil. Not innately evil, anyway. It is intelligent. It can communicate via empathy with its wielder. It exists to kill things. That is its sole purpose. And if its partner goes too long without fighting, the sword will basically convince it to fight rather aggressively.
I require blood, Dadu. Blood.
It
Feed me,
is
Seymour.
it is a +2 striking wounding greatsword. And whenever it's used in combat against a worthy foe, it does what is necessary to protect its partner, including overriding effects that would cause it to move more slowly, things that would cause it to become restrained, paralyzed, things that would affect its partner's will, all of those sorts of things. It will endeavor to keep its partner in the fight for as long as possible. Mechanically, 3 times a day it can cast Bless as a single action. As a reaction, it can cast Freedom of Movement heightened to 8th level if the partner becomes immobilized or restrained. As a reaction 3 times per day, any sort of undesirable spell effect with a duration cast on its partner, it will dispel it at 8th level with a +31 counteract check.
Any sort of undesirable spell effect.
Any undesirable spell effect with a duration.
Yeah.
So it's not innately an evil, but it does push its partner to get into fights. Specifically, fight worthy opponents. It's not going to be like, go kill those peasants. That is not worthy. But if you encounter something that the sword considers to be a worthy opponent and you don't fight it, the sword will be like, come on, let's go, let's
I
go.
think we also established it doesn't necessarily care for honor, just worthy.
Exactly. However, should you desire to destroy the sword, the wielder must bring it to the boneyard and then strike their own gravestone with the sword 3 times, which will cause the blade to shatter.
Right.
Fortunately, your gravestone doesn't show up in the boneyard until you have died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So with the 48, Amaranth, are you aware that basically, if the wielder dies and goes to the boneyard and can evade Pharasma's forces that are coming to judge their soul and determine whether they can go back or not, when they're in that in between time where they can be raised, that's the moment of opportunity. If Pharasma's psychopomps catch up to the partner in the graveyard before they find their gravestone, then Pharasma will judge them and either send them on to the afterlife or send them back if they're raised, but they will no longer be in the boneyard.
So you got to hit the ground running.
Got to hit the ground running.
Yeah.
Tuck and roll, baby.
Yeah.
Alternatively, if it is left unused for an entire century, its powers grow dormant and it restored as per a normal sword.
Oh,
So it can literally die of boredom.
It
lock it away.
die of boredom.
So if
I mean, I
manage
feel like that's a
to-
decent plan B.
If I manage to lock it away in the vault and actually succeed on keeping away from it,
Not wanting the precious.
my fishy.
See, I feel like my original plan of putting it in cement and dropping it in the lake would still work.
I think you'd have to get it away from me.
Oh, sure, but I mean theoretically.
Yeah.
I
Like,
mean, if
I
Flower
would be left
decides he
alone,
wants
right?
to get rid of it, I think we have options.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I'm pretty sure you guys have told me the negative things, but it's just well, one, I'd rather stay a dwarf.
Yes,
Sure.
it will gradually over time change the features of the wielder to resemble those of the original Armag.
Right.
Note, it doesn't actually change you to human, but you'll resemble Armag, just like a shorter, stockier version of him.
Yeah.
Cosmetically, yeah.
I'd rather not have that happen.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I mean, was Armag prettier than you?
I feel like you'd be more
No
like
one's prettier than Flower. Are you kidding?
you'd be more like a mull than you would be a dwarf, you know what I mean? From Dark Sun, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, let's not bring Dark Sun into this.
Just the imagery is what I'm bringing up. Not the chicanery.
But yes, but it also means if you put it in the vault, it's not going to immediately go dormant. So if you decide that you do need to go get it again,
We needed to settle this
Yeah.
score with this tribe.
right,
Yeah.
it'll still be functional. It might be very, very angry at you and try to force you into combat, but
Oh, sure, yeah.
but it won't be dormant if you just leave it there for a decade or so.
Yeah.
Has
It's
to be the
yeah,
full
I
100
get it,
years.
you're angry, but you're needed over here.
So
case
yeah,
of
so
emergency.
that's what you find out about the sword.
Cool.
Right. What would anybody else like to do during the downtime?
Well, let's go to Flower. Flower is for the first few months would probably be spending time visiting all the different tribes that we have amassed under us. And just making sure they're settling in okay. Spending some time just carousing with them, making sure Amiri's happy now that her people are safe, See if there's anything else she needs besides, a drink and a good brawl,
No, Amiri seems. I mean, she's happy that her people are here, and she's working on kind of integrating them into society, such as it is.
Yeah.
There are some occasional disputes between her tribe and the other barbarians you've brought on, the Tiger Lords. There's some bad blood there. There's not a lot of integration there, but
I'd like to imagine Flower would oversee just to make sure it didn't turn to actual bloodshed and just stayed as a dispute.
Yeah, it's largely like broken bones, broken noses, that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
that can be healed. Like no actual like death.
Nope, no actual death, just lots of broken bones.
Okay. You see, Flower's used to that kind of thing. Like that's normal. That's just they're blowing off steam.
But
Um,
the main thing that you find with Amiri is like as you kind of travel around with her, like her and her people kind of patrol the kind of the western border just outside Tatsleford and into the Gnarl Marches.
yeah.
The common people have a great deal of respect for her. Almost like a fan club.
Okay. I like that. Yeah.
But to be fair, she is kind of intense.
Yeah, she definitely has like a kind of a cult of personality thing going on. You know, like little kids want to grow up to be like her, and you know the issues of Lindsay's books that she sells that feature like Amiri sell better than the ones that don't. That sort of thing. Like she's
Yeah.
she's essentially a celebrity.
When I get a chance to like actually like spend some time with her, I'll like actually be like, it suits you.
Well, I never wanted to be a leader, but
Yeah, I mean, same here. But like,
I mean, I do kind of like. I mean, I kind of like the fact that people want to be like me. You know.
yeah. I mean, who wouldn't want to be like, well, like you're like shoving the arm.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, it's not where I thought I would end up when I left home, but it's it's interesting. So I don't think I would have had this chance if it wasn't for you and the others. So
You're part of the crew. Yeah, we'll do anything for you as we would for the rest of us. So
yeah, and my tribe's largely settled, so we're ready to assist when needed. In the meantime, we'll just keep patrolling the borders, keeping them safe. Those warden fellows, they're pretty good people.
oh yeah, yeah. Just out of care. Those are the ones that Traxton's built up, right?
That was the very first military unit you guys hired.
Yeah, I believe Traxton's the one who like took the time to actually get them like whipped into shape, right?
Yeah, they're basically like an army of they're like an army of Aragorns.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say Traxton's put his work in. He's got a really good force built up with them.
And then she'll invite you to go monster slaying.
Oh, absolutely. I'm joining her for monster slaying.
It's like I think I know where there's a Hydra.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, I desperately need Hydra Head.
If you mention that before I take off, I'll bring it back one.
I
I'll
think
bring it
that's a
back as
fair
many as
for a Kraken Pearl.
It's a Mary. She probably chops a couple off just to get started.
yeah.
Lets them grow back,
I'll bring
Yeah.
back all of them.
just to make it
Right.
interesting.
Practice, yeah.
Yeah,
Warm up.
Let's see. There's 12 now. 12 seems fine.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
Let's start trying.
Yeah. It's like now we can try to actually kill it. Now it's a fair fight. But no, and probably after like if a few months hanging out with Amiri and like the clans, I imagine the airship's probably almost complete, yeah.
Yeah, it took them. I think it took them about 6 months to build.
Okay, well, probably in like the last like month and a half, Flower might actually like offer his expertise for like weapons, like weaponry.
Perfect. Make sure that it's capable of sustaining the weight of cannons, that sort of thing.
Absolutely, especially like Dwarven artillery. Just we need some weight.
It's like, yeah, I mean, mounting cannons and stuff means you need to like increase everything else for the lift.
How many guns we have on this thing?
There's two because cannons are fucking expensive,
Yeah,
Oh, okay, cool.
but they do.
But I mean, two seems like a lot.
I think they're 60-12 damage.
Oh God.
you know what? I ordered these ones specifically from home, so
Okay.
Care
Um,
package.
Yeah, and one of the big takeaways too is now that Amiri has her family, she's no longer like fatalistic. She's no longer going out looking for a fight that she dies in. Like she's
Oh,
That's probably good.
Really good to hear.
that's fantastic, actually.
kind of moved into this more like inspiring presence as opposed to maybe today I'll die.
Found herself something to live for.
Exactly. What is Snow Maple up to in the downtime?
Snow Maple has a bit of shopping to do and a bit of retraining to do, but those things are kind of boring. Yeah, other than that, I feel like one thing that she would take uh, an interest in is finding crew for the airship. Like we need a crew, right?
You do. The airship needs 1 pilot, 5 crew, and can take up to 15 passengers.
Right. So Snow Maple would be conducting interviews, tracking down like the best people to hire, you know.
So I mean, obviously, who would be like the kind of the one standout crew member?
Well, we need a good pilot. Someone trustworthy, but also really really good.
So piloting an airship requires arcana, crafting, nature, or piloting lore.
Okay. Well, I feel like they have to be someone that's not from around here, right? So there's probably, a short trip involved.
Probably, I mean, if you're specifically looking for a pilot,
Yeah,
then your best bet is probably Numeria. Numeria is kind of known for their weird technological steampunky type of advances.
sounds great.
All kinds of like weird tech stuff. It's where like I think it's where Alkenstar is, which is like the Wild West type of thing. Um, so yeah, you
Excellent.
you can bring back somebody from Numeria.
Find a guy with a significantly large hat and a long dark coat to go with it.
Just a guy?
Oh, maybe.
Okay. I was gonna say we should have like a pilot like from God, what was that awesome space show with the dude was running from the Empire and there was the big blue girl made out of plants and the guy who could knock people out with his tongue. We need a pilot like that who doesn't move from the ship, who just sits in it the entire time.
Farscape.
Oh, you're
Yes,
talking about
Farscape.
Farscape, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
If we're getting them from Numeria, we can get an android.
You can get an android.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Let's get an android that's like cut off at the waist so he's like permanently installed in the ship.
But that is no way to treat a
I mean,
sentient being. Thank you.
yeah. We
Sentient.
can get a regular person android.
Sure. There's no amino acids in his brain. He doesn't qualify.
I mean, if they want to have like a seat that's like integrated into the ship, that's up to them. But
Oh,
Oh, can his name be?
okay.
Is his name Otto?
Mm,
sure.
Excellent. Autopilot.
yeah,
OTTO.
That's right.
that's it.
So yeah,
I mean, possibly also auto pirate. Whatever.
Wow. Downtime is downtime.
now I'll have to make him up.
But yeah, Snow Maple would dedicate a lot of her time probably to finding a trustworthy crew.
Well, since Snow Maple is hiring the pilot or the backup pilot, if no PC wants to pilot, what class is your pilot?
Oh, I feel like we should have one of those fancy gunslingers,
Okay,
or maybe an inventor or something like that.
so like
Either or.
an android gunslinger pilot.
Sure.
Is there a class that can psychically control machines?
Uh, there might be. It's Pathfinder. Pathfinder's weird.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
They're
and-
not quite done yet with Pathfinder with Starfinder too.
Fair. Oh yeah, they'd be in there for sure.
I mean, really, I mean, they could take something so that they had
Oh.
telekinetic hand as a cantrip, and then they could just telekinetically maneuver the ship.
Oh,
Well, I
true.
feel like John found the perfect artwork already.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds right.
it's got some pirate voodoo, Baron Samedi stuff going on there.
Oh yeah, it was
I don't
great.
mind that at all.
Yeah, for some reason my map keeps flashing to it. I don't know why. I think it's a weather thing. It might be because I jumped forward like a whole bunch of days at once, and it might have gotten caught in a loop.
Oh, catching
Oh,
up,
maybe.
trying to.
Because it was like 9 months of downtime. All right.
But yeah, the rest of the time, probably just earn income and you know a little bit of crime here.
Perfect. Why don't you make me a roll for your earned income, and we can figure out how much extra coin you've picked up.
Sure. What do you need me to roll for that?
Usually it's a lore. You can also do it with crafting, so you can use like underworld lore if you wanted.
I do have Underworld.
And what level of task would you like to take? The higher the level of task, you can take up to a level 11 task. That'll set the DC, but also how much coin you get.
Let's try for like level 10.
Level 10.
That probably sets the DC higher than 25, but you know, whatever.
It does. It makes it a DC 27.
Oh, 27?
Yeah. So you'll still get some coin, but not as much as you would if you succeeded. And unfortunately, you can't use hero points on earned income because you can't use them for things that happen over time.
No worries.
But you do still get some coin.
Oh, so that means you can't use hero points on like crafting or researching either. Then, yeah.
Correct.
Gotcha. Good to know.
No, nothing downtime.
That makes sense.
We do have our own Thieves Guild, though. I don't know if that helps.
Oh, that's true. You do.
Some-
Yeah. I'll say that would give you a circumstance bonus for sure.
You running that one or what?
That's right. I forgot you have an illicit market.
Everyone needs a hobby.
Yeah, home away from home.
Look, I don't complain when you want to bring on new animals. You know, do your thing.
All right. So
I feel like I do that less than you do the crime, but that's fine.
I mean, criminals are just worse behaved animals.
Fair. Of a different
Yeah.
variety. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean
They
over.
both,
So
they
yeah.
both require care and maintenance,
Yeah.
and occasionally jail time.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, that tracks. So yeah, over the time they were kind of moving things on your illicit market, which I think is
I
in
do like the
Riverbend.
illicit market. Yeah, the
Um,
illicit market makes me happy.
Dealing with Bob, the bartender there in Riverbend, who seems to have his thumb on the pulse of all kinds of things. That is enough to net you 360 gold.
Ooh, that's nice.
Uh,
I
well,
was feeling kind of low.
I mean, a level 10 thing is like no joke, right? It's like
Yeah.
and that's because you're only trained. If you were like an expert or master, it would be higher. Right, and finally, what is Traxxon up to in the downtime?
Last but certainly not least, I think he would spend most of his time traveling around, visiting people like he normally does. Over to the Centaurs, back through again, over to Tressa and Milanese, or Milanese, visiting them for a while. See if they got any other magic they can teach them and stuff. If they got anything else they need tended to or done. And tell them all about the town and stuff, how everything is expanding.
Yeah, and they've been keeping an eye on Tutsford because Tutsford is very close to their borders, but they've had to like scare some people away once in a while. But you know, nothing unexpected. I just
like teenagers looking for places to drink or people looking for like picnic in inappropriate areas, kind of thing.
exactly.
Gotcha.
But yeah, nothing like like there's been no tension. It's just a lot of like just remember this is our area, that's your area. This is the boundary.
I feel like by now the borders are clearly marked.
Yes.
Yeah. Or at least delineated. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we emphasize that quite a bit.
This line of trees means this. Brook means. Yeah. Yeah. After he does that kind of thing, just circle around. Edendeo and Doug are still involved with the military, right?
They are. They've been spending a lot of time with the centaurs and the wardens.
Okay.
They you working on like scouting techniques and kind of learning what the centaurs do because the centaurs have a very different way of fighting and moving than the wardens do. So a lot of kind of cross training between them.
Gotcha.
But yes, he's basically kind of taken on the role of liaison between the non-human troops that you have and the human troops. So like Valeria is the general, and he's like her second in command.
Oh, okay.
Or Valerie, I guess. It's kind of the position he's found himself in.
I'm glad he's getting involved in the community.
Mm-hmm.
So he still doesn't spend a ton of time in town, but he's found a place.
Yeah. Well,
He sounded a lot like a fellow that needed to develop some healthy relationships.
Understand that sentence. Yeah. Some interpersonal connections.
Yeah.
And actually, Truxton, when you're visiting them, because what's your perception?
21 plus 21.
Okay. So yeah, you do notice that although he doesn't spend a lot of time in town or in the cities, he does spend a lot of time with Valerie.
Oh, you go, Valerie.
She is pretty cute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was the chosen.
She doesn't like it. She doesn't like it when you point it out. Though.
She does not like it when it's pointed out, and maybe that's part of the reason why is because he doesn't view her that way.
I mean, the man didn't even name his dog. You know,
Dog is a perfectly serviceable name.
Dog is his name. Yep.
It's what he answers to.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
But yes, it seems like the various people that you've brought with you or brought along the way have found a place in the kingdom. Like he seems happy. Valerie seems happy. Your army has grown significantly. You've got goblin bombardiers and the centaurs and a couple of barbarian tribes. There's been some cross training between like the hobgoblins and the kobolds. So yeah, like your army is functional. There's not a lot of disconnect between the humans and the non-humans. The only real tension seems to be between the Six Bears and the Tiger Lords, and that largely dissipates in combat because then it becomes a matter of like I'm going to kill more things than those guys do.
Okay.
I feel like between combats, we just need to give them an extra ration of rum, maybe, or something like that.
Maybe.
Or just make sure there's some space between them at the camps and stuff, and you're fine.
More patrols or maneuvers for one in one area versus the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, he'll just sort of bop around a little bit. I also want to do some, I don't know, really purchasing, but downtime stuff. So I'll make a post about that. But
Okay.
Just moving things around and runes and whatnot. But other than that, he'll go to the trading post and visit them. And he also wants to drop in to see how the family's doing of the fellow that exploded with I think it was the boulet that time that he gave his horse to, just to see how they're doing. And any other time is going to be spent just generating income. But generating income by doing sort of the same thing he was doing, but instead of sort of supporting people, he's for like general people, he's focusing more so on the sort of less fortunate that I imagine are starting to arise in the kingdom because of the population. So like the families that don't have a whole lot to eat, or maybe single people, or people who've been widowed, or that kind of thing.
Perfect. Yeah. Let's see. What do we call that? We'll say survival for
Sure.
earn income purposes, or nature, your choice.
Okay.
Leviton's Landing's
So let's
like
do
our
nature.
second classiest town.
Yeah. Oleg and Svetlana have really spruced the place up.
They have a super cool marketplace. Arcane Town.
Well, it's because it's all like
Oh,
I
it's like
tried.
local.
The main thing
Like
is I tried.
local goods and stuff. That's like the selling
yeah.
point.
right. So yeah, 24. 24 is still, it is a critical failure. The DC wasn't low enough for it to be just a failure. So yeah, so you do help the people, but you don't get any coinage out of it. The
Perfect. No,
the coinage you get is the good feeling.
Yeah. Oh no, that's fine. I was about to add that track. So he'll only take what they offer. Like he doesn't charge anything. You know what I mean? So that makes sense.
Yep. But yes, building up considerable goodwill amongst like the I mean, not necessarily the less fortunate. The kingdom is fairly prosperous, but the people that are having a harder time, definitely building up like good relationship with them.
Yeah, maybe the people who are a little bit behind for the winter or whatever, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like these people, so the father's sick and they need an extra hand bringing in the hay and all that sort of stuff. So all the sort of thing that the kind of the common people appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. All right. Is there anything else people wanted to do during the 9 months worth of downtime?
Want to have all the unexplored hexes claimed and solidified and make our kingdom much bigger, but we can't do that, unfortunately.
I mean, you can send some folks out to kind of like scout around and kind of clear up some of the map area.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'll hang out with Lindsay just for a bit to pick up some like performance, like tactic seems like the wrong word. But just any general advice she has for entertaining a crowd.
Maybe some routines.
Pointers.
Yeah. Start storyboarding with her about what I can do for the boast.
So the key thing for the boast, the thing that you really, really didn't remember, the thing that's more important than anything, well, almost. Okay, don't kill anybody during the boast. That's bad form.
Yeah, that's the most important thing.
That's the most important thing. But the second most important thing is
But what if it's entertaining?
Your boast needs to be non-factual.
Okay.
Like it needs to be spruced up. You can't just recite the facts. You just can't say like, oh, we went and we killed this dragon. It doesn't matter how big the dragon, doesn't matter how cool the dragon was, doesn't matter what treasure got out of it, doesn't matter who died. It's not we went and killed the dragons. We went and we snuck into the lair of the god of the dragons, and everything needs to be over the top and embellished. It's a boast, not a report.
A boast, not a lecture.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'll take some getting used to.
Also, do any of you people know how to use fireworks?
I could probably figure it out.
Because like fireworks are good. Like any sort of like anything that makes your story just like pop.
Lindsay, you're Prataxian, aren't you?
Yeah. Yes.
You don't have to say that with disdain.
Mm.
Do you know if magic is acceptable during these events?
Oh, it depends on the particular rules for the particular event. So, like, sometimes yes, sometimes no. They'll announce the particular rules for the contest at the start of the contest. I mean, there's general rules like don't kill any bystanders, don't kill your competitors, don't hurt the bystanders, don't get caught cheating, like standard rules.
Don't get caught cheating.
The rules are very clear. Don't get caught cheating.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Well, hopefully by the end of this, you'll have more stories to write about.
Excellent. Yeah, the printing press has been going nonstop. I mean,
Yeah, I'm pretty busy.
I feel bad that a lot of our people don't know how to read, but I understand that Snow Maple is like working on that. So
God, look, you are not or you are not the first person to want to school in this province. Let me tell you.
We kept getting plagues. It seems so much more important to make hospitals.
Yeah, that's true. Dead people can't read either. So, oh, maybe
And
they
if
could.
if they can, it's a whole different problem.
Oh, I should ask Shithal if dead people. No, that she'd probably think that's rude. I should not ask Shithal if dead people can read.
At least not until the next girls' night.
Oh, we should do that again. That was great. Last time we like killed some hags. Fun times.
Yeah.
But yes, yeah, Patax. I mean, Patax is an anti-magic, but they're just.
Well, they're close to Numeria, aren't they?
Yes.
So do they get like many imports?
Some they have some trade agreements in Numeria. I know King Iravetti has a fascination with stuff from there. But he's a bit of a jerk. Like, I don't think the people don't like him, but he exerts control over the guilds, and the guilds control the city. So
Right. That's okay.
yeah, there's like 8 different guilds, but he applies pressure or control, or the heads of the different guilds just like him. So, like, he doesn't directly control the city, but doesn't matter. Like, when he makes a proclamation, people are like, oh, okay, I guess. And then they do the thing.
So he doesn't have the people's favor then.
Well, he doesn't know.
But the guilds do, and the guilds bow to him.
Exactly.
Well, you've been a great help as always.
Well, pleasure to be of help.
I will start working on post material.
Okay. So yes, at the over the 9 months, your kingdom kind of grows and suffers through some plagues and builds some hospitals and gets some new people, and everything is going fine. Perhaps everything will continue to go fine. And then one day a letter arrives. It says, "Greetings from His Supreme and Inimitable Magnificence, Catruccio Iravetti, by the grace of the gods, the rightful King of Patax, Marvel of Numeria, Master of Mormouth, and Prince Regent of the Selen. It is with great delectation and delight that I greet you, my fellow River Kings. I would be honored if you would accept my invitation to attend the 5th annual Rushlight tournament as my guests. I know you to be discerning rulers and trust you would not dare miss such an extravagance, for I plan this to be the finest Rushlight yet. To sweeten the pot, as it were, I have secured a glorious magical item, a gold and gemstone wand capable of creating a wondrous and magnificent mansion worthy of the bearer's regal nature. which I am willing to bestow upon the nation that proves itself by fielding the true Rushlight champion. Could this champion be one of your own? Please confirm your attendance via this invitation's courier. I look forward to your attendance. King Cartuccio Iravetti of Patax. So yes, you guys have not been invited to the previous 4 Rushlight festivals.
Oh,
You were snubbed at the time.
but now for some reason we are being
That sounds appropriate.
invited.
But now you are being invited.
Hmm. I imagine we'll be under some scrutiny if we
Safe to say.
attend. Was this delivered in a normal fashion, like through the?
Yeah, like a courier comes to the castle with the letter and then waits for your reply.
Oh, okay. Well, make sure that gentleman has, or person or lady or whatever it happens to be, is put in a room and given some refreshment.
Yeah. Yeah, get them some refreshment.
Yeah. We don't need to have them around for this discussion, or at least close by anyway.
And just so you guys are aware, when you look at a map, Rushlight is right on the borders of Patax.
Ah, okay. Handy thing we have an airship now.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be swinging in there like a big dick in a locker room.
Oh, 100%.
Oh yeah,
You got to put on the pomp and circumstance.
for sure.
Show them what you're made of when you fly into town.
Make sure Kickstart My Heart is playing on the loudspeaker.
Yeah. Unfurl the banners. When is this to take place?
It is going to take place the first fire day of Farast. So basically, the day the in-game calendar is set for is when it starts. You guys get the announcement weeks beforehand.
Okay. Plenty of time to prepare.
Yeah. So basically the first Friday of spring.
Gotcha.
But yeah, the courier will just hang out in their room. They do specifically stay in their room.
Good. As intended. Is there any knowledge on this piece of paper or that we would know sort of tangentially about this competition?
Not really. You would know. Anybody who's trained in society would know that the Rushlight Festival it basically runs for a week. The first day is like a meet and greet, and then there's 3 days of events, and then on the 4th day there's a big feast that accumulates in the Midnight Joust, which is kind of the signature event, after which the champion is announced. So basically it's like a week-long event, one event per day.
Okay.
So, are you guys gonna respond to him, or are you just gonna blow him off?
Oh no, we definitely want to get in our RSVP.
Okay.
Tell them to make room for us at the airship hangar.
The what?
Exactly.
Hmm.
How do they have one of those? Never you mind.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, if there's any preparations, anything you guys want to do beforehand, feel free. Otherwise, we will segue to cross-country travel and the start of the festival.
I don't.
Right, yeah.
Is there any information we can gather from here, or
Yeah, you guys can do gather information rolls.
Ooh, yeah, okay. That's diplomacy, is it?
It is diplomacy, unless you have feats that let you use other things.
Yeah, I'll ask around with the nobles we have and the local Pataxians and see if there's any additional info I can glean.
Right. Oof, 33 is a critical success.
Detective stuff.
I'll use society and contact my criminal connections.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was doing too.
Okay.
Perfect.
Does there exist a small magical item that you can purchase that if you fall from a height, it would automatically save you from dying?
Yes, there is. I can't remember what it is offhand, but yeah, it does. Whatever they renamed Feather Fall to, soft landing.
Right.
23 says success, but not a critical success.
Okay, doke. Can't expect too much from a 5.
Kind of general information on Patax. Patax was known for quite a while as being a hub of trade and a haven for smugglers. It is one of the oldest of the river kingdoms, being founded over 3 centuries ago. It has been overrun more than once, including an internal civil war about 50 or 60 years ago. The current king, Iroveti, is not from one of like the noble families, and has in fact only been king for about the last. This will be his 5th year as king, so he came to power slightly before the Marches were founded.
Interesting.
But yeah, he basically kind of cemented control over the guilds, and then the guilds basically propelled him to the throne. The Rushlight tournament is his most popular tradition. He's held it every year since he claimed the crown. It is a popular event that draws contestants from not just from the river kingdoms, but from areas that border Patax. It takes place on a small area of cleared land on the southern shore of the Rushlight River, just a few days' travel from Fort Drelev. So you guys kind of get the basics. There is a grand prize for the kingdom who scores the most points. There's sights and sounds and vendors and like food trucks and the sort of things you would typically expect at a festival. Iroveti foots the bill for most of it, but you do have to pay for, like, if you want to go shopping, whatever, obviously you need to pay for that. But for neighboring kingdoms, he puts you up in your own tent with your own pavilion, provides the food, so on and so forth. Like, Patax foots the bill for most of it.
So he ascended to rule through the merchant guilds.
Through the guilds.
No.
There's more than one, and they are not all merchants.
Oh, okay.
But it'll take me forever to remember Tony's character's new name.
Amaranthar.
Amaranthar, with your critical success, you know that the kingdoms that are taking part this year are Daggermark. Daggermark does tend to attend out of a sense of duty, and they generally are more interested in entertainment than the actual prizes. Daggermark borders Patax, I believe, to the southwest maybe. Gralton. Gralton is a kingdom that is perpetually on the verge of bankruptcy, and their reason for competing is that if they win, and the fame and the glory and the monetary award will help their nation. Mivon actually borders Patax and parts of the marches to the south. They are not necessarily allies of Patax. There's been border skirmishes between them for off and on for ages. They're currently at peace, but it could go up at any moment. Patax hosts the competition, but they also send champions to compete. They do not feel any shame or awkwardness about competing in their own event. And then Taman. Taman is a kingdom famous for their tournaments and their gladiatorial arenas. And so the king sends his representatives to basically be like, we are the best that the river kingdoms have. And sends people to prove it.
Okay, we'll pass that along, of course.
Sorry, what was after Nifon?
Patax itself competes.
Oh, right.
And then Taman, which is the kind of a gladiatorial, kind of like not exactly like Sparta, but a country that's very big on their competitions and their gladiatorial arenas. And so
right.
they send people go like, we are the best. And you also find out some information about Patax with the critical success. So in Patax there are 8 guilds, all of whom support the king, some of them more willingly than others. They're all identified with specific colors and symbols and styles of clothing. Basically, each guild has a uniform.
That's handy.
So yeah, there are 4 of them, like half of them, are basically, if bandits had noble houses, that would be them. So like organized crime syndicates.
I like them already.
Which is not to be confused with the criminals.
Right.
So there's 4 of the guilds are bandit houses, and 1 of the guilds is specifically criminals. So yeah, the big difference that you can suss out is that the bandits are like shady merchant cartels. The criminals are more like your drug dealers, assassins, that sort of criminal. So 2 different strata of criminals in Patax.
Delightful.
And then the other two guilds represent different churches, specifically Callistria and Desna. So at first you're like, oh, the guilds support the king. Well, that's not bad. But then you do a little bit of digging, you find out that the majority of the guilds are criminal organizations.
Yeah,
We'll
that's not
pass
the
that
group
info
view.
on.
What were their two gods? Desna and
Calistria.
Those are pretty good as far as gods go.
I don't know much about Calistria.
Calistria is the goddess of, like, passion and revenge.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you met a priestess of her. She helped you out when you guys were in the fort in Drillev.
And Drelev, yeah.
Basically,
Oh, yeah.
like, indulge, don't overindulge. You know, get revenge. Don't let slights go unanswered. Have fun.
Right. And Desna's more of a harvest deity.
Desna is. Check.
I think Desna's the god of like dreams mostly.
I believe so. I know all kinds of stuff about Sarenrae because that's who my character worships in Tony's game.
Right.
I know all kinds of stuff about Abadar.
I think dreams and harvest.
Desna is dreams, luck, moon, and travel.
Oh, travel. Okay.
She is the song of spheres, delighting in freedom and mystery. Her anathemas are to cause fear or despair. So considering like Patek seems to be a really shady sort of place, the two gods are actually like, I was expecting way more cults. Like not
I feel
even
like that's in the pamphlet.
not even a cleric of Lamashtu to be seen.
Like you open up the pamphlet and it's like now 100% cult free.
Yeah. But yes, that's the information you find out about the festival and about the. Oh, and you do find out that the this year they do plan to have the archery competition, the log hewing competition, boasting, and of course the joust. The joust is traditionally, but not always, done while drunk.
That'll end well.
Cult free since 4709 AR.
That's right.
Come to Scenic Patax.
But you guys have gathered your information and sent your yep, we'll be there. Make sure that we can land our airship someplace.
Yeah.
I'd like to think our airship has a few rope ladders so that if it needs to just airdrop us, it can.
Oh, sure.
And then they
But-
can just reel it in when we leave.
Not that hard to put together.
I feel like it's a power move to make them build us a place to land.
Yeah, they will not have time to build you a place to land, so you will need to rappel down or whatever.
Fort Drelev has a hangar for us, though, right?
But the fact that we asked for it,
That alone is we're on this status level.
Yep. Yeah, you can definitely park it at Fort Drelev and then take horses for 3 days, or you can just
Show up.
or you
we
can
just
just
show up and land it.
show up and land it. Perfect.
Give us a field.
Where's a good spot to land? Over there? Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Looks like Rushlight is a bunch of planes, so.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you guys fly over, I imagine between Snow Maple and Traxon, you guys are keeping an eye out on the ground as you fly over things.
It's true. Snow Maple did buy a brand new spyglass.
Oh,
It is now a very fine spyglass.
Oh, nice.
so yeah, as you make your way kind of over the forest of the Gnarl Marches and into the swampy land of the Hook Tongue. I mean, unless you guys want to stop and deal with something, you just fly over it. But Snow Maple and Traxton can both give me perception rolls.
Sure.
Alrighty. Okay.
Oof, the exact opposite rolls.
Yeah, it's a good thing too, because I couldn't even read that dice. I'm like,
Oh.
I was gonna roll it, but I'm like, that's fair.
And I rolled a 1 before this too, so this is a 20 for me.
Yeah.
Opposite as well. Lovely.
So yeah, as you fly over the hook tongue, I mean the the airship does make pretty good time. Basically, you're not hampered at all by terrain, obviously, so you can go. Basically, you get 3 exploration actions, so you can basically cover 3 hexes per day, unless you
Oh
stop
man, we're cruising.
to explore. So yeah, kind of the first day, you do see below you there are what looks like a small kind of like stick village, very carefully hidden amongst the swamp terrain.
Oh really?
But definitely a village of some sort. The style of construction you've never seen before.
Okay.
But Traxon, with your critical success, you do see these like some humanoidish figures. They look like they look like water striders, like the bugs.
Right.
4 legs, 2 arms, powerful mandibles, kind of like moving about on the water, but they are definitely like tool using humanoids.
Oh.
Like very
Okay.
primitive tools, like spears and nets and stuff as they hunt.
Mm-hmm.
But they are definitely some sort of previously undiscovered insectoid species.
Interesting.
Huh. I have noted it in my logbook.
I was gonna say take a note of that for future field work.
And you also fly over a very large patch. I mean, remember the size of these hexes, so like a very large patch of what Traxon recognizes as azure lilies.
Oh.
Is that hex number 812, Chris?
It is 811 actually.
Oh,
812
811.
812 is the village.
Oh, 812 is the village. Okay.
Yeah, and then 811 is the lily patch.
Is it a nature check to know what the use of these things are? Or?
It is.
Okay.
Can I try to recall knowledge on those water strider people?
Sure can.
I'll see if I can help Traxon.
Oh, 33 is enough to give Traxon a +1. That'll bring him to a 40.
Yeah, there we go.
Uh,
Teamwork.
And Professor Yorin also gets a 40. All right. So yes, azure lilies. They are carnivorous plants.
Oh shit. Okay.
They are rare. It's unusual to find more than one growing in any particular part of the swamp, let alone a patch.
Yeah.
Their pollen is toxic. Basically, the pollen drives creatures into a frenzy, and then the plants feed on the blood that is spilled by the creatures fighting.
Oh, okay.
So the plants don't actually eat the people; they just make everybody kill one another, and then they lap up the blood.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
If you're careful, it can in fact be harvested.
Interesting. For rage dust?
It is DC 28 Fortitude save. First round 2d6 mental damage. Second stage 3d6 mental damage. Stage 3 3d6 mental damage and slowed. And stage 4 3d6 mental damage slowed and confused.
Is it an inhaled thing? You just have to like hit him with it?
It's a pollen, so yeah, it needs to basically be like blown in somebody's face or whatever.
Right.
Emotional damage.
But yes, it is a rare poison worth 200 gold pieces per dose.
Oh, okay. Is there any indication of what they're torturing to death and feeding on, or?
Just like whatever animals happen to disturb the pollen, really.
Sure.
And the professor.
What do you bet that the bug folks have found a way to safely harvest it and use it?
Maybe.
The Bogstriders. The Bogstriders are they call themselves the Seshes, but they don't take offense if anybody calls them something else. They are a tribal-based society, each individual expected to serve equally in all efforts. Each member of the community is expected to develop a skill that contributes to the community's prosperity and, by extension, the continued survival of the species. Traditionally, the females are builders and artisans, while the males are hunters and gatherers, but they are not gender-specific. It's just traditional. Their diet consists entirely of meat, but they consider the consumption of the flesh of any sapient creature to be taboo.
So if we go there to talk to them, they're probably not going to try to eat us.
Yep. They live in swampy rivers and lakes. They're usually about 5 feet tall and weigh about 150 pounds.
We could use some people adapted to settle these friggin' swamps.
Yeah, they sound kind of neat.
Would
What
stop
did you
We
say
can
they
give
were
them
called,
better
Chris?
tools.
Seshi?
They're called Seshes, Seshes. Colloquially, they are called Bogstriders, and they don't mind being called Bogstriders.
I know, I can't meet any humanoid race without wanting to assimilate them.
We do have a stunning lack of insect people. We've got lizard people with the kobolds. We've got, animal people with the centaurs. No bug people.
They do look pretty rugged. Wiry.
People is a stretch, though, I feel like.
In what regard?
Well, if they were like bug centaurs, but they're like bugs that are giant bugs that are using tools, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the other thing the professor would be aware of is they do not speak the common tongue. They only speak Thalassic. Basically, they speak.
Do they not speak the common tongue because they don't want to? Or because they can't?
Professor doesn't know. He just knows that they don't. They speak the language of the plane of water.
Oh,
Oh.
that's interesting.
I did forget that I need to grab some extra languages for multilingual, but I'll do that now.
So those are the things that you see on your first night of travel on your airship.
A whole new world.
And then instead of making camp, we get to go to sleep in our private cabins.
Then instead of making camp, you're like, well, good night, everybody. And you go to your cabin and your hammock and your bunk.
Ugh, delightful.
Yeah, there's no more foraging for ingredients in the sky.
Nope, you don't need to forage. You've got supplies and food stocked up.
Yeah.
Money well spent.
Although I do miss the fish sticks, the haggis, and the moon radish stew. I gotta say,
I mean, the professor can still cook those things.
it's true.
Just he doesn't have to. You have.
True.
I imagine actually. For those of you who built the airship, so for Tony and John, what sort of amenities did you make sure to include?
Well, I mean, the airship is primarily for travel. So I imagine the bunks aren't the most spacious. We were able to give people privacy, but it's not, a lavish, studio apartment or anything.
It's not the ground.
It's not the ground. Um,
Toilets
but
though? Tell me there's
it,
toilets.
if we're like ported somewhere, it would definitely be more comfortable to stay in an inn. But it's serviceable for when we have to,
Oh,
travel.
I think someone else Snow Maple would have hired to be on the crew is some sort of bard or storyteller
Oh
that
no,
was good.
a good
That was
one.
good.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
please.
Specifically someone that's good.
And not a small person.
Lindsay's like, pick me
Oh, maybe.
Does Lindsay want to come?
on an airship. Hell yes.
Sure.
Who
I mean,
protects?
if she's not too busy at home, sure.
I can wait.
He gets her assistant on it.
It's probably not that important.
No.
Offhand, do you know the language for fire elementals?
It might be Ifrit. I don't think it's Igan.
No. That's too close.
I don't know offhand.
No worries, I can find it.
Yeah, Archives of Nethys should have it.
Yeah.
All right. So Traxton does have a bunk, but he sleeps on deck, I feel like.
Sure.
Under the stars. I mean, nothing's stopping you from setting up the yurt on the deck.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. But I feel like I don't really need it because I do have that cold tattoo that'll keep me warm. So
There you go.
me and Gratch just on a hammock.
So we have at least one cargo net worthy hammock in the on the
Well,
airship.
well, my thought was Gratch is not in the hammock with me, but yeah,
Oh, okay.
I know that's what it sounded like, but
I mean, I'm sure we could rig up a hammock for Grudge.
eventually it'll happen, I'm sure.
Oh, what was...
Cargo knitting is super durable.
Oh yeah.
So on like traditional ships, they would have like stalls or stables to be able to transport horses. We definitely have one of those.
Yeah, I mean, the ship is plenty big. Like, it's like 90 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 60 feet high.
Yeah. Well, I imagine we could have something in the hold that we could set up as a stable when we need one, and then kind of
Yeah, with
pull
like
it back into the wall.
Yeah, like the drop down door on the side sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was getting a little concerned. I thought you were thinking that Gratch is going to have to stay in a stable. It's like, wait, what?
No.
No, not for Gretchen to stay in. Just, somewhere that he does have like his own bed and, I don't remember your lizard's name, but like, it's got somewhere to stay and, we can keep our horses on the ship.
Sure.
Perfect. All right. So the night passes peacefully because really, unless it's like a flying random encounter, it's just going to pass underneath and go like, oh, what's that?
Yeah.
It'd be pretty cool to fight a dragon on the ship.
I mean,
No,
wake us up if there's wyverns.
Yeah. I mean, wyverns and dragons do appear on some of the random encounter tables, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not
Random
in the area
question.
for that.
Yep.
During construction, could we have like also potentially added on to the airship like kind of like a announcement horn, kind of like the horn of Helm Hammerhand from Lord of the Rings? Something deep and resonant.
I don't see why not.
There's our entrance right there, boys. There's our entrance.
I mean, if
Who
we're gonna
knows?
do that, we need pennants.
So our
We
Our
blow the
giant
horn. We
flying-
drop the pennants. They drape over the side. It's very beautiful.
Our giant flying bus has a horn now.
Yes, a very big horn.
Somehow it plays La Cucaracha.
Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And it like bounces a little bit in the air as we're flying into the town.
Or you know that the cruise ship that as it comes in, it's just a very slow like 7 nation army. Like super deep and low 7 nation
I
army.
mean, we're at least a 3-nation army at this point.
Yeah.
Well, we're worth 3 nations because of all the armies we have. I feel like that's
Yeah.
a valid statement. Yeah.
Oh, I edited some of the names for the armies to put in some of the ones that we.
Oh, excellent. All right. So about 2 days of flying, and you guys will be arriving at Rushlight. You guys will be arriving in the evening, but
Nothing else interesting along the way.
no, large. Like once you kind of get out of the swamps, like when you cross the borders from Hook Tongue into Drelev and then into Rushlight, it's like flat, open plains as far as the eye can see.
Gotcha.
And as a matter of fact, it's so flat that you can actually see with your telescope and or tattoo, you can see the city of Patax in the distance. Like Patax is just the other side of the border.
Oh god. Saskatchewan.
It is very flat. It is very much a like, oh look, my dog is still running sort of place.
Mm.
But
like it's over the horizon.
if you guys like, you can describe your arrival at the festival grounds.
Oh, I'll stand ready on the pennants.
Well, I feel like flowers on the horn.
Yeah.
I feel like it's
Absolutely. I
more
would
of a
love to
level.
be.
Yeah.
I'll time it with the flower's horn, and I'll use the bullhorn spell to amplify my voice and announce the arrival of the council of the Beacon Marches.
Excellent.
The High Council.
I have nothing showy on
Definitely.
this character to contribute. I'm sorry.
That's okay, pal. Don't worry about it. I feel like Traxton makes more of an entrance once we land.
Yeah.
Like, who's that guy on that big fucking bear?
Yeah. Why do they have a dirty hobo and a bear? Why does
It's
that
mystery.
hobo have
It's
knives?
mystery.
Why does that hobo have knives? What's happening?
Right.
I feel like we get one of those like big hooded cloaks for Traxton, you know, with a big green hooded cloak.
Oh yeah.
The hood is just so deep.
His
All right,
going
so
out his going out cloak.
Why is my token so small?
I don't have a magical one of those yet.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So everybody does come out to meet you, obviously. There we go. This is not necessarily to scale, but at least that way you have a token on the map.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of like, kind of like oohing and awing, like by and large, these people have never seen anything like an airship before. So like just immediately there's this sense of awe and wonder as you guys arrive. You know, your Otto very carefully kind of like, you know, pilots something about the airship is the airship does turn like a pregnant yak on roller skates. It is not a sleek vehicle.
Yeah, so we got to do a couple laps of the town first.
Yeah. It's like it has to move twice its length for every like 45-degree turn it wants to make.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's got a very wide turning arc. But that's just all the more impressive to these people. Like,
It's built for cruising. Once around the lake and then land.
Straight
Lara
go.
keeps on the horn until we land.
yeah.
Da, 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 da.
But yes, everything. Like especially as you arrive at night and there's like some lights go up to basically some of the mages on site basically cast guiding or dancing lights to kind of give you guys a little rough area to land.
Excellent. They prepared a runway.
And like some of these folks, like they may have seen like a hot air balloon or something like that, but they've never seen anything at all like this.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah. Snow Maple does not show her face. She is wearing her mask in this public setting.
But yes, several people are there to meet you, including the king himself is not here. The king has retired early. But
All right, I'm sure he'll want to welcome us in the morning.
Just gotta... Wait a second, just looking up a name. Nunzio. So this gentleman dressed in Pataxian colors kind of like greets you, and he is flanked by two large, imposing-looking men wearing full plate armor. The plate armor is engraved with runes, as are the great swords on their back.
Are they wearing matching tabards?
They are wearing like tabards that announce them as wardens of Patax.
That does bring up a little point about the new wizard, is that he has detect magic as a sense. Always. 12th level feat.
Oof. So yes, so you are detecting magic as you land.
Yeah, so he could identify, like he could pick those out.
Yep. So that's what the wardens look like.
Ooh, yeah, that looks magic.
Yeah.
So Nunzio kind of like steps forward, like once the ship lands and like the alchemical engines are shut off and everything, and everybody has like starting to disembark. He, brings himself up to his full height, and he's not a small man. Like he does not look like a functionary. He looks like he's one of those guys just out of the armor. Like he's like 6'2" and like 4 feet across the shoulder, sort of thing. He does not look like a mousy functionary at all. It's like, on behalf of King Iravetti, welcome to Rushlight. Unfortunately, your arrival is a little bit later than we anticipated, so the king has already retired for the evening. But he would like to meet with you in the morning. He has made one of the pavilions overlooking the royal blue yours for the duration of the festival. And he gestures vaguely to this one that you're parked by.
Oh.
Should you Sorry?
Delightful.
Should you require anything, please let us know. I can usually be found in the Royal Pavilion, which is across the stream over by the Colosseum, or otherwise
yes,
making my grounds.
I think we saw it on the way down.
Yes, that is most impressive. Perhaps after you've rested in the morning, after you meet with the king, you are free to check out the menagerie and the rotunda. If you wish to get a booth for the competitions, simply let us know and we will assign one to you. There are various merchants and vendors here as well. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Mm.
And then he and the guards will basically turn and walk. A lot of the crowd, from what you can tell, just kind of glancing through them, those of you who train in society, these are the servants and the hangers on and like the lesser nobility,
Right.
that sort of thing, that have come out to see what's going on.
I feel like we release Lindsay on these people.
Yeah, Lindsay's already making her way through the crowds, like, handing out books and all of that sort of stuff. She disappears under a sea of people since she's only like 2'9".
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, "Don't wake it up. I'll be back."
Okay. Don't forget to recruit anyone skilled who may want to change countries.
Shh.
Yeah.
Don't say the quiet part out loud.
No.
Right. Sorry.
Shh. That's the
I-
secret.
We're a growing kingdom. Like we're on the lookout for anybody that we can scalp. Really.
Appropriate is the
Yeah.
term you want to use.
Sure.
Poaching.
Yeah.
Free hire.
Skilled
Yeah.
tradesfolk, craft people. Anybody good.
And as you guys kind of like knock the dust off and the crowd starts to disperse after looking over the shuttle, and like your crew is like giving them the nickel tour sort of thing, not letting anybody on board but explaining what they know about how it works.
Yeah. I mean, we'll tell the crew to be friendly, but watchful.
But the pavilion is yours. You do notice that it does have like the flag of the marches flying from it.
Oh, nice.
And the other tents are showing the flags of the different countries they represent. Like there's one from Miven, there's one for all of the different kingdoms represented. But it's been made ready for you, and that includes inside. Basically, there's delicacies from each of the kingdoms, and like including yours. So there's like the fangberry mushrooms and preserves. There's some sample wines from different countries, including the marches and ales and stuff. Like they have everything representing each of the countries who's taking part in the festivities.
Oh, look, there's a fruit basket.
Yep.
Snow.
Yeah.
You maybe want to take Amaranthar and just have a look at the pavilion, see if there's anything that may be used to glean information from us.
I do. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Let's have
Just
a
kind of
look around for some bugs, be they magical or otherwise, before we set up shop.
You can give me seek rolls.
just want to know how how much we
Secure.
can talk freely.
I'm interested to determine if this royal blue is a constructed lagoon or natural.
That would be a nature roll.
Okay.
Man, I have been getting some unreadable dice with the old random roll.
Okay, looks like I added the hero point on. So yeah, as you take a look around, Amaranth there, you notice one thing out of the ordinary.
That narrows it down right away.
So yeah, as you enter and take a look around, what's out of ordinary is that nothing is out of the ordinary. Like you would suspect something like this, especially knowing what you know about Patex. You would expect something, but there's nothing.
I don't sense anything out of place here.
I don't trust it. It's too bland.
That's pretty much the conclusion you come to. Is like you're expecting some sort of trouble, and there's none. And Trexon, the Royal Blue is in fact a natural small pond. It the fish that are in it though aren't native to the area, so like it's a natural pond, but it's artificially stocked.
Oh, okay.
Probably, in case any of the nobles here enjoy fishing or anything, like it's stocked to the point where you would have to work hard to not catch a fish.
Gotcha.
But other than that, it's normal and ordinary. They've done whoever did stock it did a good job. Like all of the fish are fish that would exist together, sort of thing. And the same with the plants and everything. They've really done their homework on what went in it, but it's definitely not stuff that's native to this area.
Gotcha.
And the pavilion itself is lovely. There's like silk sheets and furs, actual pillows, like feather pillows, actual beds instead of hammocks.
Just real quick, none of the aquatic life in here seems to be paying any particular attention to any of the pavilions, does it?
Nothing beyond what you would expect.
Okay.
Just fish doing fish stuff.
Okay.
Seems fishy.
It does
Not like-
seem fishy.
One trout watching each tent intently.
Paranoid much?
Listen, I gotta use what skills I got. You see magic all the time. So,
Yeah, I guess that tracks.
yeah.
Braxton gets a free feat called Paranoia. It's always active.
Watch the little things.
But yeah, it's a quiet evening. Get some sleep, and in the morning you will be able to start off the festival, perhaps with a meeting with the king.
Sure.
Do you know what the first event is?
The first event is archery.
Is that tomorrow?
That is tomorrow. Starts around noon. There are rules posted.
Before we
should
camp
check
for
those
the
out.
night, Chris, I do want to basically take a walking tour of everything while it's closed down.
Okay.
Get the lay of the
I'll come
land. Yeah, sure.
As you take a walk around, there is basically the rotunda looks like the merchant area.
I do like a good rotunda.
And there's food tents showing off different delicacies from different parts of the world. Not necessarily just from the ones that are represented here, but like ones from far off areas as well. They're including, basically a take on foods from Katapesh.
Ooh.
It's kind of like, if you go downtown here, you might find somebody doing East Indian food who's not East Indian.
Nice.
So it's that sort of thing.
Fusion stuff like East Indian tacos. And,
Yeah, there you go.
yeah.
Like Bravoy Katapesh fusion cuisine.
Yeah.
Fish and chips, fish and curry.
Yeah. The large tent in the center, there is the sound and smell of wild animals. But all of the
note of that.
tent flaps are closed.
Braxton's probably going to be interested. Is anybody still cooking in the rotunda?
Yeah, there's people. I mean, like they're cooking for themselves. They've basically closed up shop, and now they're having family meal as it is.
So it still smells nice.
So it still smells nice.
Oh, that's good.
And then across the little creek, there's basically some more merchants and stuff set up. Then there is the large coliseum, which is where you can find the rules for the archery contest posted, which starts at noon tomorrow.
Right.
If you're measuring it, I don't think it's to scale.
We'll copy down the rules or bring a copy with us, just so we can have them at the pavilion.
Yeah. And then there's the Royal Pavilion, which does have half a dozen of those the Pataxian warders standing guard.
Right.
And they stand like stock still, like the guards of Buckingham Palace, who just stand completely motionless.
Can I use battle assessment on one of them?
You sure can.
Roll initiative. Wait a minute.
It does say during battle, so I mean, I wouldn't mind if you said no.
Well, I'll say that you can kind of.
They are on the job.
Yeah, they're on the job. I'll say sure. So I can see which of the weaknesses is highest, saving throw is the lowest, immunity or resistance is highest. Okay.
I'd also, if I can, I don't actually know how identifying objects works. Like, I don't know if I need to like touch it or be within a certain range or something. But I have quick identify now, so instead of 10 minutes, I can do it as 3 actions.
Okay.
Nice.
So if I can, I'd like to identify what runes are on their swords.
Right. Yes, absolutely, you can do that.
Sweet.
In their armor, Snow Maple, you would assume that they're not very mobile in that armor. Reflex is
Right.
their lowest save.
So kind of slow, but real tanky.
Kind of slow, but real tanky.
And I assume they look fairly competent.
They do look very competent.
All right, cool. I just kind of wanted to get a general feel for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're slow as hell.
Professor, yeah, you've seen those runes. That is a potency. Those are potency and striking runes on the greatsword. And potency runes on the full plate.
So they're good, but nothing flashy.
Yeah.
They're not like greater striking or anything.
They're not greater striking or greater potency. Just regular old potency, regular old striking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you only have to worry about 2d12 when they hit you.
That's all.
Cool.
But the fact that I mean, it's not that common. I mean, you guys are at the point where like everybody in every one of your armies is equipped with potency and striking runes. Like,
yeah, the kind of thing you buy in bulk.
The kind of thing you buy in bulk at a certain point.
Standard issue, yeah.
But the rules for the archery tournament.
Ah, excellent.
So the rules for each contest differ. So the rules for archery do not apply to boasting, do not apply to axe, do not apply to joust. Specifically for the archery, the standard rules apply. Do not kill the spectators, do not harm spectators, do not kill competitors, do not get caught cheating.
So you're allowed to harm competitors?
It says do not kill competitors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
It is a test of skill, not magic, so non-magical longbows will be provided. Contestants will stand at one end and fire at one of 3 targets. There is a blue target, which has a picture of a kobold painted on it, at a range of 50 feet. There is a green target, which has a picture of an owlbear painted on it, made of wood and reinforced with metal bands, at a range of 150 feet. And there's a red target, which has a picture of a dragon painted on it, made of reinforced iron, at a range of 400 feet. You will get points if you hit the target and your arrow sticks in, i.e. you have to do enough damage to overcome the hardness of the target. And if you roll a critical, that's considered to be a bullseye. The blue target is worth 1 point or 3 points. The green target is 3 points or 9 points. And the red target is 5 points or 15 points. Every contestant will be given 6 arrows.
So what was the point for the red target?
Red target is 5 and 15.
Gotcha.
But it is
That's pretty
reinforced.
good.
It is reinforced iron, which gives it a hardness of 10. So you need to hit it and do more than 10 points of damage to have the arrow stick in.
That's gonna be rough with a non-magic bow.
Uh-huh.
I mean, ish.
Can't you add your strength if it's a certain construction, though? Not magic.
It's a longbow, so longbows have propulsion, so you add half your strength.
Half your strength, okay.
It doesn't say no magic. It just says no magic bow, right?
It says skill, not magic.
Said
Yeah, it is a test of skill and not magic. What that means, you guys can interpret, but that's what the rule says.
it also said don't get caught cheating.
The rules also said don't get caught cheating.
Longbows are range increment of 100.
So if can put magic
That's
on
good for the
person.
first. That's good for the first 2 targets at least.
The green target's 150 feet, so it's a -2 penalty.
Yeah.
It's a 0 penalty for the easy one, -2 for the medium one, and -6 for the far one.
Gotcha.
Oh, longbow.
I did-
Yeah, longbow doesn't have propulsion. Oof.
I
So-
didn't have
They
longbows,
do if
but,
they're composite longbows.
Yeah,
These
but
are
they're
regular.
just gonna give you a regular one.
These are regular longbows.
yeah. The one I've got's got propulsion, but it's a what is it? Composite, yeah.
So those are the rules for the archery tournament, which will be the first event.
Okay. I imagine we need to go sign up at the staging pavilion.
In the morning, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much everything you find on your walkabout. Keeping your eye open, like nothing seems out of the ordinary. Like this is exactly what you would expect from a tournament.
What's the building over here with all the pews out front?
Which one? That's like a secondary stage for entertainment.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Like the boasting will take place in the Coliseum, but that's where entertainers can go. So they have like live music and poetry readings and all that sort of thing. Maybe they have like a epic rap battle.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically the sort of entertainment you expect to find at a festival.
That's where we're gonna find Lindsay, hands down.
And that's the Lindsay's like, bye-bye, don't wait up.
Yeah.
She's about to
That's
have a
fine.
mom spaghetti moment.
That's right. But we will take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back with the
Sounds good.
morning and the meeting of the king.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
I feel like we work with Otto and set up a shore leave schedule.
Perfect.
Like nobody goes alone. Everybody, small groups.
Everybody
yeah.
has a buddy.
Yeah, duty roster while we're in dock kind of thing.
Yeah.
Perfect. I have a feeling at some point we need to do like a side adventure with the crew.
maybe that'll be the next. Maybe that'll be the next side group.
Yeah.
Oh yes, please. I got dibs on whatever rat man is on board somewhere.
The Ratman mechanic.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so be back in 5.
Oh, we only can enter 2, right? We have 3 archers. Four archers.
I've got a plus 22 with a longbow, but I don't imagine I can sneak attack a standard target. Oh no, wait, that's my short bow.
It'd probably be the same. I mean, you're trained in, or
It's 21 with the longbow.
Yeah, I'd be 20 with a standard longbow. But if there's no time limit, I would have sure strike. And then there's crazy shenanigans like Shadow Signet could target its reflex, which apparently is low for its level. And I had telekinetic hand that I could subtly cast, which would certainly get through. Well, probably get through 10 points of hardness.
So that's right thinking, Chris. Right? I can't sneak attack a target.
you cannot. Objects are immune to precision damage.
Objects are jerks.
I mean, we can ask around in the morning to see how people react to the rules and how people have skirted them in the past. Like, is it the rule was the rule and there's people watching and the deck magic and shit going on, or is it like as long as you follow the letter, then you're okay?
I mean, skill and no magic seems fairly straightforward to me, but you do you.
And a big thing to remember too is detect magic only has a range of 30 feet.
Well, some things are obvious though,
Some things are obvious.
right? Like you can say you can suddenly cast telekinetic projectile on an arrow, but it's still gonna fire an arrow for what 66 points of damage, 76 points of damage.
I think the only thing I'm contemplating is whether or not I want to ask them to change the kobold target. I feel it's culturally insensitive.
There's an owlbear one too.
There
I
is.
know, but owlbears don't really have culture.
Dragons do.
That's racist.
Do we have an idea who's going to be competing for us?
I think that's what you're figuring out.
I can if you guys want, but I'm not going to be offended if you want somebody else to go. I don't have a lot of extra damage to bring to bear, so I probably couldn't penetrate much of the. I probably couldn't penetrate much of the second or third target.
Yeah, between Flower and the Professor, you can pinpoint that the blue target, the closest one, is basically just canvas stretched over straw, so has a hardness of 2. The owlbear is wood and reinforced with metal bands and has a hardness of 6. And the reinforced iron dragon target has a hardness of 10.
And the different point delineations, the first is for hitting and sticking in, and the second is for a crit. Is that right?
Yeah, basically hitting the target or bullseye.
Okay. Based on the equipment, it's kind of a moot point as to who does it, isn't it? Because there's no strength going into it.
Why do I have no ammunition assigned to my bow? I have arrows.
Yeah, you would have to go into if you go to actions on your character sheet.
Oh, okay. Ah, there it is.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We have to use their arrows too, do we?
They do provide the bows and the arrows.
Okay. I think I remember somebody having a magic arrow or two, possibly.
But the first thing in the morning, though, is meeting with the king. You're summoned shortly after breakfast.
Excellent.
Does Snow Maple sleep upside down now?
Probably not.
No?
But in the morning after breakfast, Nunzio and a couple of the wardens arrive to escort you to the royal pavilion.
Like when we're camping out in the wild, sure, probably.
Mm-hmm.
But not when we have nice soft beds.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's get going.
So the royal pavilion, it's looks plain on the outside, but inside it is lush. There are red carpets covering the ground. There's a dais. There's a gilded chair. A collection of pedestals showing sculptures and mounted paintings of wildly varying quality. There's a small raised stage supporting numerous large musical instruments. The king himself, King Irovetti, it's a handsome, very muscular, dark-haired man wearing like deep red velvets, wearing a crown and a cloak, sitting on the chair. His belt is thick with tools and weapons and pouches. Enough for all of you to recognize that those are the accoutrements of somebody who has led an adventuring lifestyle.
Hmm.
There's also two strange pieces of gear that he has that kind of catch the professor's attention. One of them is a long staff of unusual metal, one end of which is fitted with thin blades, and a spike that periodically shifts and moves. And the second is a thin, short rod of strange metal with a single spike at the end, with small circular lights flashing along the length of the rod.
Interesting.
So he seems to look more like a caster.
He does look like an adventurer.
He's got a pole arm, is what it sounds like to me. Some sort of halberd or something.
Okay.
It's a big staff with a blade on the end, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So trigger.
By the metal.
There's a picture of him. Yes, you can make a crafting roll.
Oh.
While he's doing that, I'll trigger That's Odd in case there's anything in this room that's weird.
He does have kind of a King Conan vibe about him.
Ooh, nice.
Big time, yeah. Crom. Good God.
He's not worried at all about clashing colors. I respect that.
No.
Yeah. All right. So Amaranthar, as you walk in, immediately you can see like the guards in this room. They are poised for action. They're definitely on high alert.
That's reasonable.
And Professor with a critical success. So that the strange metal on the longer rod, the blades and the spike, that's adamantine.
Oof.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh,
Pricey.
yummy.
And both of those devices are of Numerian design.
Interesting.
So he is from Conan.
I
And
will. Oh, sorry.
since you got a critical success, I will allow you to ask details about one of the two items.
So there was a longer pole with a spinning blade on it, and there was a shorter, like baton
Yes,
with flashing lights.
correct.
I'd like to know what the short baton does.
That had a point on it too.
Ooh. Wonder if it's a Rod of Lord that night.
Oh,
Do they still have that? Probably
They probably have a legally distinct version.
not. Intellectually distinctive.
yeah. Small stick of
Rod of kingly
sovereignty.
awesomeness.
Yeah.
So you've heard of that. You've never seen one, but it is referred to as the Mind Render.
Oh,
Yeah.
It uses potent transmissions along brainwave frequencies to control the minds of nearby creatures.
Ew.
Oh. Oh, he's mind controlling his population.
Well, no, specifically nearby creatures.
Well, right, but Lindsay said that whenever he makes a proclamation, people like what begrudgingly agree or something along those lines.
Sure.
Yep.
yeah. He mind controls the problem ones. That's what he does.
Anyway, we're in his presence, so I'm going to keep all that to myself for now.
Mhm.
Okay. But as
But
you,
if he doesn't, oh, sorry, go ahead.
so go ahead.
I was just going to say if he doesn't greet us when we enter, I'll greet him. But
He does. He actually does stand. Says, illustrious guests, I am eternally and unendingly happy to see you have safely arrived. I heard that you had come night, but I had already retired for the evening. He kind of like snaps to some of his servants. He's like, bring refreshments for these travelers. Traveling is thirsty work, and I'm sure that you're not quite sated. So the servants like bring over some wines. He's like, takes it.
I assure you our travel was quite comfortable.
Oh, I have no doubts. That is quite the marvelous invention you have. Well, drink with me to continued success and the bonds of brotherhood that shall be ours.
if I swirl my wine in my glass, can I check if there's any poisons in it?
You can make a seek roll.
You pay
Can I make a
extra for
crafting roll
poisons.
instead?
Sure.
Sweet. I would like to hero point that roll.
I'll make a seek roll, but mostly because I want to know what kind of beverage he's giving us.
Full flask.
Yeah, Professor, you don't. It doesn't seem to have any unordinary, disordinary, any out of the ordinary reaction as you swirl it.
No flavor boosters.
Doesn't seem to be any more viscous or anything.
I'll take a sip and aerate it in my mouth like I'm trying to be a wine connoisseur.
All right. Snow Maple, you're
Yeah.
pretty sure this is it's a rare vintage from a place called White Rose Abbey, which is it's Pitaxian in origin, But the wines from White Rose Abbey are superior to other wines in a multitude of ways. It's said that the monks at the abbey have some sort of like magical font of like not holy water, but like spring water that is extremely effervescent and it makes for extraordinary brewing.
Excellent.
I'll say, well, Your Majesty, thank you for your most generous hospitality. On behalf of Lord Bishop Liam Hall, we thank you for integrating our kingdom into the events. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make his own presence due to complications we're having at the moment. But he sends his regards regardless.
Well, that's understandable. There has been trouble in some of the neighboring kingdoms. Yeah.
As I'm sure you're. Sorry.
I'm certain that we have both had our difficulties with Drelev, but thankfully your yourselves and some others stepped up to put a stop to that before Lord Hannes got out of control.
Yes, of course.
I trust his attack on your lands didn't prove any lasting difficulties.
None whatsoever.
That's good. I'm glad that our distant neighbors are resilient people.
The White Rose is quite nice this year.
Oh yes. The waters from the abbey do lend a certain unknown quality to their beverages. Definitely worth the money.
And quite refreshing.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. We are here for a festival after all and not a summit. I merely wanted to welcome you in person and wish you luck in the competitions.
Yes, it's true. We can only establish so much friendship through financial liaisons.
Yes, well, trade and friendship are not necessarily the same thing.
Indeed.
So, are you going to be competing, or are you just here for the festivities?
No, I do believe we have brought our most competent crew we can assemble, and we hope to make it known that we are here to compete with the best of them.
Oh, excellent.
Indeed. Why not both?
Oh, of course. I mean, we host and we still compete. It's a good way to get to know what your allies and potential enemies are capable of.
A healthy spirit of competition is always welcome.
Oh, of course. And the prize certainly doesn't hurt.
No, motivation.
Yeah. And he will kind of like gesture in a direction towards like a chest that's like overflowing with coins and with this golden wand on top of it.
I must ask, Your Majesty, where did you find such a relic?
Oh, in my adventuring days of my youth, you come across knickknacks here and there. I'm sure you're aware.
Things do have a pleasant tendency to turn up.
Mm-hmm.
And not all of the kingdoms are blessed with adventurers, so I thought it would be a worthwhile prize for when you're traveling on the road and don't want to lose the comforts of home. Although I see you have already taken that matter into consideration.
I think
Yes,
we've all done enough traveling to see the benefits in such accoutrements.
Yes. Well, I wish you all the best.
if you're ever interested, Your Majesty, we may end up being in the commission business in the coming months.
It's true. Our engineers are working hard.
Our industry is improving. We may be able to perhaps fashion another in no short order.
Excellent. I am always in the market for new toys.
Chris, I'm going to pursue a lead on his motivation.
Sorry, that was kind of broken up.
I'll pursue. Can you hear me, Larry?
Yep.
I'll pursue a lead on what his motivation is for the stolen lands.
All right.
And then I want to, when he wished us well, I want to see if he's lying.
Okay. That would be.
I'm just going to assume he's lying politely,
Yep.
much like I am.
Same. Yep. Ooh.
We're 35. Second. Let me find the king stat block.
I mean, I'm sure he is, but I don't know if he's actively out to get us, is kind of what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, he's. Yeah, you can look at him, and if he's lying, he's really good at controlling his tells.
Gotcha.
It's not his first rodeo.
No.
I.e.,
Or second.
35 is not enough.
Well, I'm not going to hero point if 15 didn't do it.
Yeah, you may as well save it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, if he's lying, he's very, very skilled at it.
I'll keep that investigation going, though.
Perfect. All right. So what is the question for your investigation, I guess?
How to word that proper?
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
What's Patax's plans for the stolen lands or for the beacon merchants?
Okay, perfect. That is an excellent investigation. But yeah, he makes some more small talk, and then he's like, well, I had best go and get ready. I suggest you do the same.
I imagine there are croissants or some kind of jammy tart or something.
There are both.
Excellent.
Well, there were some, I feel like. Gratch gets to him, there's not going to be many left.
Grouch looks over at Snow Maple with crumbs dripping off his muzzle, going like, what? You're too slow.
Yeah, that's fine.
Kind of like eyes the last one.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Snow Maple's content with her breakfast wine.
Yeah.
Fair.
As soon as she doesn't make a move for it, he's just like, chomp.
We carry tarts with us now, too. The professor's got a bag
That's
of
true.
tarts.
But yes, you guys have basically a couple of hours until the competition, so you can go and.
Oh, Braxton, did you come with us on the walkabout last night?
No.
They do have a menagerie if you want to go see it.
Oh. Yeah, and they said we were allowed to go around after we talked to the king after, right?
Yep, you guys are free until the competition. Actually, you're free all day if you're not taking part or don't want to watch the competition.
So you just put it out there. Who do we want to send into the archery? I'm willing to if everybody wants me to, but I don't have a lot of stopping power.
I want to take. Let's take an hour to find out how people have done this contest before.
All right, well let's head to the staging pavilion. That's probably the best place.
Yeah, we'll just ask around and see if we can get some insight into if people take these rules to the letter, or can you drift off the rules if you don't go against the letter of the law. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Is it more a
Yeah. How many times have people won on technicalities?
Yeah. Do people cheat as long as they stay within the verbiage?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that would be let's say gather information using society or diplomacy.
Sweet. I took
Alright.
training in diplomacy today, or society rather.
I'll try
My
society.
My society is 18 and my diplomacy is 17.
Damn.
Wow, broth.
Diplomatized.
So yeah, you do some asking around, and it depends on the nature of the competition because the competitions change every year. So you do manage to gather that people have won on technicalities before. Usually, if magic is expressly allowed, the rules will state so and what the parameters are. For example, like if magic was allowed to be used in the archery contest, then it would say, magic that enhances your shot is allowed, but magic that interferes with your opponent is disallowed. Like it would explicitly call out what is and isn't allowed. So
Gotcha.
if it says skill not magic, that means no magic is permitted. Doesn't mean people won't do it. It just means refer to, rule number 3 of the general rules. Don't get caught. That being said, generally speaking, like they don't do like a lot of, they don't have somebody standing exactly 30 feet away from the competitors with detect magic going all the time. They rely on the fact that magic tends to be showy and obvious. And then some things like if it's like, you're allowed to do magic on yourself but not your competitors, and then you fire while your competitor, obviously that's noticeable. So the letter of the law seems to be the important part, but general rule number 3 seems to hold a lot of sway.
Okay. Um, and out of curiosity, how far are the bleachers from where the contestants are?
They are a good distance.
Okay, so outside of detect magic range. So we don't have to worry about there being a rat in the stands.
Right. It's like a good, like, for archery, the bleachers are like a good 200 feet from where the competitors are.
Cool. Okay.
So yeah, it is well outside of detect magic range. Anything else?
Who are we signing up?
I mean, all I got is sure strike that could help. And conceal spell, so it's not obvious, but honestly, it's just dice, right?
Yeah. Traxon, how do you feel about your archer? Do you want in?
I don't know if I have anything specifically archery wise.
No, I don't either.
Mm,
Other than being dexterous.
yeah, if I could use my own bow, that'd be a different situation. But
All right, so I will register me and Amaranthar under the auspice of the Beacon Marches.
All right.
All right.
We'll check out the menagerie if we got time.
You
Yeah,
do-
sounds good.
Yep, you do have some time.
Make myself anthrax and depressed. Why not?
I'll go with you to the. Unless I'm still tied up at the staging pavilion.
No, it doesn't take that long to get registered.
Excellent.
And they do ask, like your name, what country do you represent, and how would you like to be introduced?
Amarantha, do you have any special titles you would like to take advantage of?
None.
Then we are simply Amarantha. Amarantha. Medros?
Madros, yeah.
Medros. And Snow Maple of the Beacon Marches.
Okay. So they dutifully take down that information. They ask anybody if whether or not you want tickets, or whether you need to rent a box, or whether you're,
We would like to rent a box. Yes.
Okay. So it's 100 gold pieces for a box. Seats up to 10. And then they do ask, like, are you the representatives of any of the invited nations?
Yes.
And then they kind of like look down the list, say, "Oh, here you go. Okay, the king has already paid for the box for you," and they check it off.
Excellent. And
So-
I'll make sure that our crew and Lindsay have access to the box as well.
Okay. Yep, the box has space for up to 10.
Excellent. So whichever of the crew is not on watch, and Lindsay, they're all welcome to the box.
All right, perfect.
Is the box any closer to the grounds than the bleachers?
Not noticeably so. Not enough for like spell effects.
Okay.
I imagine the boxes are probably on the other side from the bleachers.
Yeah. The pavilion, the enormous purple-tinted pavilion. It's a showplace of tamed horrors and monstrosities from across the lands. So yeah, it's all like there's no actual monsters. It's like animals and beasts, but strange animals, like things that are not common to this area of town or this area of the world. So like a rhinoceros and an ostrich and things of that nature, along with some stranger beasts like like they've got a griffin, they've got a manticore.
So beautiful.
All of which seem to be surprisingly docile. There are some dinosaurs. Like smaller ones at any rate.
There's no people in the menagerie, is there?
There's no people in the menagerie.
Oh, good.
The proprietor, Madame de Clarion, and her hulking bodyguards, the Oka brothers, who do not appear to be human. They appear to be ogres. But she is giving a little spiel about each of the creatures, kind of like a little tour.
Ooh, nice.
And tracks like she definitely knows what she's talking about. She's not making things up about these animals. Like she actually does know about them, and they do seem like they are well cared for. They're very docile, but you don't see any signs of like there's no like chafing around the legs indicating like leg irons or anything like that. There are cages for transport, but the cages do seem to be like of an appropriate size. She does come across as somebody who is actually taking care of these animals.
Okay.
Well, that's
And
nice.
The docileness that they're displaying, does that seem to be out of character for any of these animals? Because you mentioned a couple of sort of natural ones, rhinos and ostriches and things like that. Like I wouldn't be probably able to gauge a monster very well, but Like an animal? Do they seem to be like drugged or magically stupefied at all?
Make a let's call that a nature roll.
Okay. As we're going through, like one of the more ones you can get sort of close to, I try to get its attention and like look in its eyes, kind of thing.
Okay.
I'll see if I can help.
22 is enough for help. That'll give a +1, so 31. So it tracks in as you're looking at them. They don't appear to be drugged. Like their eyes are slightly unfocused, but they're not glazed over anything. And you're aware that there are some primal spells that allow you to charm animals.
Yeah.
So that would be your best guess. There's no sign that they're mistreated or anything, but they're probably enchanted.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, they're not being abused.
Well, that's the main thing. I think. Don't you?
Mostly, I suppose. They don't seem to pay any attention if I get close to one and try to...
No.
Okay.
And she will, she'll give you this spiel, she doesn't know how skilled you are at nature, so she'll start going into the details about the particular animal and everything like you're just some regular commoner.
Yeah.
Snow Maple pretends to be interested.
I'll let her speak.
Yeah.
I feel like Traxton's that kind of fella anyway. He just lets people speak when they want to speak.
Yeah. But yeah, she does, kind of go through like where the particular animals are from and what their habitat is and what their diet is and how they do their best to make sure that the animals get appropriate foods even though they're far from home and so on and so forth. Like she goes through the whole spiel. You would guess, given the way she's talking, she has either some ranger or some druidic training.
Okay. Gotcha.
During that whole interaction, Snow Maple does her best to meet all of her expectations.
Okay.
Of a interested tourist.
Nodding at the right time, saying, yep. Perfect. But yeah, it's not a huge assortment. I mean, the menagerie is not that big, but it's a decent assortment. Yeah.
And this is like a traveling show. There's no at no point does she say, and for the very low price of such and such, you too can take home.
No, and as a matter of fact, if somebody in the audience like asks her, like one of the nobles is like, "Oh, I should buy one of those," she's like, "No, they are not for sale."
Okay.
She shuts them down very quickly, like basically like up into the noble's face, kind of like standing on her tippy toes.
Gotcha.
And kind of through gritted teeth is like, they're not for sale.
Yeah.
Okay. Menageries are a kingdom upgrade, though.
They are.
Yeah, I thought about buying one, or building one, but I didn't know if it would be appropriate.
But yeah, Traxton, you would guess that these animals are. This is kind of the best life they can have here.
Yeah. Yeah. Being the situation that they're in, they're not being abused or mistreated, and they're all well fed. None of them are starving.
Exactly.
Groovy.
And then the Nunzio's voice kind of booms out through the pavilion, probably through the use of bullhorn, to announce that the archery competition will be starting shortly.
Ah, excellent.
All right. We should head in that direction then.
Yeah. I'll swing by the rotunda real quick. I want to pick up some meaty snacks for our bear.
Okay.
Some pocket meat.
Yeah. I mean, if there's fried meat to be had, it should belong to everyone.
That's fair. So yeah, as the archery competition gets underway,
Oh.
this map is not necessary to scale. I had to kind of fart around with it to get the targets to fit at the appropriate ranges. So basically, every square on this map is 10 feet, but the arena is not quite that big. I'm just going to throw you guys on the map so you can see what's going on.
I've commandeered a box.
There you go. First was like, oh, that one's ours.
Yeah. Hopefully that's the one we're assigned.
They've got our heraldry. They know how to mark it.
Yep. It's all proper. Gratch makes himself comfortable.
I'll make sure he has some snackies.
And they announced the competitors. There is Damanjot. Damanjot is from Taman. He has a bit of a name for winning competitions. He is a half-orc.
Oh, okay.
There is Florante, who is a half-elf fighter. She has worked very hard to get here. She is very disappointed when they make her put down her fine elven bow and take like the crappy human-made bow.
Mm-hmm.
Can relate.
Same.
There's another guy comes out. He's like bows deeply, shouts to be heard, saying like that Daggermart has sent their very best archer, and that the rest of the competitors should just go home now and give him the prize. His name is Ilwraith. There is Navarantha, an elf from Mavon. She is. She seems to have a little bit of temper. Like on her way in, she like stubs her toe and like curses a blue streak the rest of the way to where like she takes her spot. She seems like one of those people. Like if the little thing goes wrong, she's like might be a little bit of barbarian in her, maybe.
Yeah. That's it.
Rage archery.
And then the last competitor is Villamor Koth from Patax. He is a very large man. He stands probably about 6'5". He looks like he's all muscle and no grace.
What's he doing in an archery competition?
He's just gonna throw the arrow.
He shoots through the target.
And then Nunzio basically steps forward and he announces all the competitors. He announces Snowmaple and Amaranthar from the Beacon Marches. And you can hear very, very loudly, you can hear Lindsay's voice cheering you on. Much louder than it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody within like 500 feet of her hears it.
Magically
Excellent.
enhanced. Yeah.
So if she starts the wave, does everybody go with it or just nah?
Well, I mean, she'll start the wave, and then she'll look very disappointed at people not knowing what it is.
Right.
She's like, I need to make a book about that.
Yeah. Put it on the list.
But Nunzio goes over the rules. This is a test of skill, not magic. The furthest target is the hardest to hit and the hardest to penetrate, but worth the most points. The closer target is easier to hit, worth less points. Being caught cheating will result in disqualification from the event. Because some people, and he'll kind of like look at the elves and the half elf, since some people are naturally more skilled archers, you have 6 arrows, and if you fire all your arrows quickly and there is time left on the clock, you will be awarded points based on the extra time as well. Basically, mechanically, you have 6 arrows and 6 rounds. If you fire all of your arrows, you will get 2 points per round that you don't have arrows in. So if you fire off all your arrows quickly, you can still get some points for speed as opposed to accuracy, because your multi-attack penalty obviously applies. So if you think you can accurately hit your first 2, and you can get through 6 arrows in 3 rounds, then you will get points for the other 3 rounds. Not a great deal of points, but it is some. And of course, there is a prize for first place and second place. But if you do not come in at least second, you will undoubtedly be mocked. Does everybody understand?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, so you will see on the map there are 3 targets. The targets are actually set up like enemies, so you can actually target them as per usual.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll calculate the range penalties. The white box indicates where you shoot from.
And what's the hardness of the red one? Didn't you say it was like 10 or something?
The hardness of the red one is 10.
Mm-hmm.
The longbow, when he does a D8.
Yep, but a critical does double.
What's the AC of a target?
That's where your funky skills come in to do more damage.
Honestly, I think I'm just gonna put all my arrows in the blue target.
All 6 of them, bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what the
Go
AC
for that
is.
speed bonus.
Yeah.
Oh, I get you.
You could actually do a recall knowledge using crafting.
Okay.
To kind of gauge the competition.
I'll give it a try.
Why can't I find recall knowledge? There it is.
I'm not trained in crafting, but I do have the Pathfinder skill bonus to fall back on.
Right. So. One sec here.
You stayed at a Pathfinder Holiday Inn last night?
It's true.
Yeah.
All right. So the blue target, the closest one to you, has an armor class of 25.
Okay.
And Snow Maple is not sure about the other 2. Amarantha, though, as a master craftsman,
I'm really only looking at the first one anyway.
The ironbound wood is an AC of 30. And the reinforced iron is an AC of 35. So basically...
So 45 for a crit, and you have to roll a 6 the damage.
Yep.
6 plus.
You also have deadly, so you get another D10 as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So, yeah, a crit would do it.
But you would have to crit.
So if you share that information with Snow Maple, you certainly can. I mean, you guys can certainly converse amongst yourself.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
That just solidifies my opinion that I'm only aiming for the blue target.
Yeah. All in on blue.
It does say to determine randomly who goes first, so initiative is a good way to do that.
Yep, sounds good.
I do appreciate that it says this is an extreme encounter because it counts just the 2 PCs and the 5 NPCs as enemies.
Of equal level or greater, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Damanjad is up first. He is the half orc. And as he makes his way up and goes for his arrows, everybody who is watching the competition can make a seek roll.
I assume we're also watching.
I assume you're watching your competitors. All right. So as he kind of steps forward, he kind of like knocks his first arrow. Snow Maple and Traxton probably because of his tattoo that lets him see like a telescope. You both notice that his arrow, it looks like one of the standard arrows, but the head is definitely not iron.
Oh. A little extra
Cheeky.
punching power.
Traxton, you actually notice the telltale glint and perhaps the smell of adamantine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that'll have object hardness.
Yep.
Is that what that does?
Yep,
I think so.
adamantine halves the hardness of a target.
Oh
Did-
shit. Okay.
Did I see a transition at all, Chris? Did I see, like, was it a sleight of hand switch out, or was it like the head transmorphed into adamantine or something?
No, your best guess would be that sometime between when he got his arrows and when he's about to take a shot, he swapped them out.
Okay. Sleight of hand chicanery, maybe. More than likely.
Where's he from?
He is from Taman.
Snow Maple's not going to call him one. Snow Maple is just making note of the fact that they did cheat.
You should see if you could pickpocket a few of those off him.
I mean, it is slightly tempting.
Yeah, because he's going to have probably 3 more for his next round.
He fires first at the red target but misses.
That's what you get for cheating.
See, that's the thing. If you fire all your arrows at the red target, you still don't get any points. Like if you miss.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, give me the easy money. I'll take it.
Yep.
And then he fires at the green target and hits. And sinks in.
I mean, the medium target's only like 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would have sunk in anyway.
Yep. But yes, and both of you as trained archers, you notice that the way he draws his bow, he is used to shooting at far targets.
Gotcha.
He has a feat called Far Shot.
So he's an archer.
He is an actual archer.
Yeah, okay. I thought about swapping one of my archetypes over to archer just for this, but I decided against it.
Yeah, there's too much work.
I mean, it would have been fine, but
He steps out of his way. There are some crowds. There's now points on the board.
okay. So he just did 2 and then he's done, right?
He did 2 and he's done.
Okay.
Koth steps up. Villamor Koth.
And he's the one from Patex, right?
He's the big muscly guy from Patax.
Well, there's no doubt about that. Look at him.
He fires and he in fact hits the red target.
Oh, wow.
I bet you this dude's sinking in.
And
Probably
sinks it
strong
in.
as fuck.
How do you do 12?
You see, it as a D8 plus 4 damage.
When Dex fails, max strength.
Plus 4. Oh, he must have a composite.
Nope. The NPCs are not built like PCs and have slightly different things to make them an actual competition.
Yeah, that's fine.
But he does get 5 points.
Is he going for a second shot, or is he done?
He does not. He takes 1 shot.
Okay.
Neverantha.
And she was the clumsy one?
No.
No. Okay.
No, she's the one that got upset when they took her Elvish bow.
Right.
And
Where's she from again?
she is from... Where's she from?
Sorry, Chris. I'm just curious.
Yeah, she is from Gralton.
Alton. Cool.
Oh, no, sorry. She is the show-off. She is the one that got angry. She is from Mavon.
Oh, she's from Milan. Okay.
Yeah. So she is going to basically fire off 3 arrows very quickly. Ooh, she bullseye the first one.
$22 damage? Wow. Oh, on a crit.
Misses the second one. And misses the third one, but she does bullseye the first target, and she basically fires like 3 arrows in just rapid succession.
Oh, she fires one at each. And she started with the blue. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and like she fires basically all 3 almost at the same time. Like almost like load up 3 arrows into the string and fire them all.
But it's not a multi-shot.
It's 3 actions, strike at 3 targets, -4 penalty to each attack, but your multi-attack penalty doesn't come into play until after all shots have been resolved.
Okay, so fire
Archer
3
stuff.
shots, but at your second.
Yeah.
Second bonus. Gotcha.
It's her. Snow Maple.
Oh.
They will step out of the way to let you choose your targets.
Yeah. Snow Maple is going to take her first shot at the blue target.
That is a hit.
Luckily, I've got enough strength that I can penetrate this. Take my second shot.
Also a hit. Oh, there you go.
And I'll take a third shot.
Ooh, critical. Bullseye on the third shot.
All right.
Nice.
That went better than I hoped. Yep, meant to do that all along. Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. So yeah, Snow Maple, you pretty much destroyed that blue target, but nice going. Amaranthar is up.
And my screen just went blank.
Loading, please wait.
One sec.
We'll have a brief intermission. We'll get Lindsay to share with the crowd an entertaining anecdote.
It's like, it's nothing. You should have seen the time that she shot a dragon right in the mouth just as it was getting ready to breathe.
So maybe we'll take some bow. Thank you.
I'm at 99%.
You actually are loading, please wait.
There we are. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do blue target.
Okay.
I mean, all I can really do is fish for crits, so
I mean, if you're not an archer, like it seems like the best way to put some points on the board.
I mean, we'll see how much they cheat later. And normal longbow, all right? I just threw one of my.
Yep. You probably have to assign ammo to it.
Yeah, I just put one in my inventory.
Hero point that.
Oh, I missed it by one. There you go.
That is a
And
hit.
not enough for a crit though.
But that's enough to stick in.
Okay, that's me.
Okay. All right. Next up is Ilwraith. I do like, for part of the reason why it's a little slow on my end is for each of them they actually give you the tactics that they use,
Right.
like which ones they shoot at.
Gotcha.
So Ilwraith, the smirking, claims to be the best, uses his first action to just brag about his skills.
Oh, he looks like he's got some coins or balls or something. Is he a juggler?
5 grand bracket.
Then he's going to shoot at the red target. And miss. Then he's going to shoot at the green target. Oof, and also miss. Not great for all his bragging. And then finally, Florante. Florante will step up. She is a female half-elf. And she takes her time. She judges the wind. She figures out the exact time to make her strike, and then she aims at the green target. Oh, and misses. So at the end of the first round of firing, there's actually a tie for first place between Koth and Snowmaple.
Oh,
With 5 points each.
That's the dude who hit the red target, right?
He did hit the red one. He didn't bullseye, but he did hit the red one.
Yeah. Okay.
like the red one's worth good points if you can hit it.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
he's got the penetration down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he is going to once again fire at the red target.
Yep.
I have a quick question.
Yep.
Aid does not have a listed range.
Nope. You just have to be able to explain how you're assisting.
Would I, from the stands, be able to use, say, crafting to aid Snowmaple or Amaranthar, yelling encouraging words on where to aim?
Applesauce.
You can get real loud.
Or
too.
maybe like Traxton could use nature to try to give them like advice on the wind.
So like shouting encouragement from the stands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the idea of you guys like shouting encouraging words from the stands at them.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll hold up Gretch and I'll be like, "Do it for Gretch."
Our boy.
Yeah.
Ooh, Demojot hits the far target.
Okay.
He's still using the heavy arrows.
He is. But even with that, well, no, 10 would become 5. It is enough to penetrate, and he's on the board. He's in the lead now with 8 points.
Okay.
He's going to fire his second shot.
Is he going for the red one again?
Nope, he's going for the green one. But will miss.
Are there any efficients around? Like,
Yeah, there's like Nunzio is keeping an eye on things.
okay. I'm just gonna make sure I know where he is.
Yeah, he's like keeping an eye on things. He's not. I mean, he didn't notice the adamantine arrows, but
Not yet. He hasn't. No.
not yet. He hasn't. Koth again fires an arrow off down, just down at the far target. He doesn't seem to like he cares. He just like steps up, puts an arrow down range, walks back. Navaranthar is going to once again fire at each target. Ooh. That will actually miss because I forgot the -4 that she's got for a triple shot. So it seems like her plan is just to get rid of her arrows and then coast on the free points.
Yeah, that's my plan too. But I'm taking all the low-hanging fruit.
Ooh, she actually hits the far target.
Does she have the damage to make it stick?
Let's see.
She does not.
Nope.
But that is all 6 of her arrows. She like throws down the bow and stomps off.
Damage shot has 2 arrows left, right?
Yes, he does.
Cool.
But she did hit the middle target for 3 more points.
Who did?
Navarantha with her triple shot, she hit the middle target.
She missed it. The green target? She got a 25.
She got a 25 on the. Oh right,
First target.
she hit the far target and it bounced.
Yeah, she hit the far target and she couldn't
Right.
stay.
Right, didn't scroll back far enough. That will take us to Snow Maple.
All right. Snow Maple's going to continue to shoot at the green or the blue target. I'm going to use a hero point on that.
Okay.
Just because a critical miss is embarrassing. I don't mind a regular miss.
Okay, it's a hit. That is enough to stick. That will miss.
Oh, well.
Right, but 1 more point. Brings us to Amarantha.
He's gonna fire one.
I'll use aid on Amaranthar's shot,
Okay.
calling out from the stands where to aim.
Ooh, that is a critical success. So that's
Good
a
job.
+3.
Shoot it in the ropes.
That's +3.
I believe so.
Yeah, for master proficiency.
Uh, 36. It doesn't look like you targeted, but 36 is a critical.
I had a target. That's me. I'm just doing 1 per.
1 per. Okay.
I'm gonna do the opposite of snow and just the dice will tell us.
That seems fair.
Okay. Alright. That'll take us to Ilwraith, who again will brag and say like he's the best ever, and the competition. It was the wind. It was definitely the wind. He'll account for that this time.
The wind rushing out of his face.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Ooh.
Oh, nope. Nope. That is not enough. Oh, and that is not enough. He again will miss. He complains about Pitaxian winds.
If Snow or Amaranthar have intimidation, you can probably demoralize at this range too.
Yep. And then Flante. She's just going to step up again, take her very, very precise aim at the green target. And sink it in. Not a bullseye, but a definite hit on target.
Well done.
And she is on the board with 3 points. That will take us back around to the top. Damajot with his last 2 arrows. Again, fires at the red target. That'll miss. Fire at the green target. Oof, that will hit. And that will sink in. Another 3 points for him, putting him into the lead.
Chris, when he turns back,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give him a wink
Okay.
and say, "Nice shot."
He'll bow. But that is all 3 of his.
I just kind of subtly want to, let him know that I know.
Okay. Villamore steps up. Takes aim at the far target. And misses. That is him. Navarantha has no arrows left, and we'll just take her 2 points. Snow Maple has no arrows left, and we'll just take her 2 points.
Yeah.
Amarantha.
I'll chat with the other fast shooter while we're not taking our turns.
Yeah. So yeah, she seems like, she is somewhat impatient, but knows what she's talking about. Excuse me.
That'd be a crit.
That will be a crit from the prof. The prof, and I imagine like Lindsay's yelling out stuff too, but you can only get 1 bonus, so. Amarantha proving the slow and steady wins the race.
Maybe.
Ilwraith. Round 3.
We've got 2 arrows left.
He's got 2 arrows left. So he's going to fire 1 arrow at the green.
He's not going to brag this round.
He does brag first. He always spends his first action bragging.
As one does.
As one does. Oh, there we go.
Well done.
So he bullseyes the middle target.
Had to happen eventually.
Had to happen eventually, and is on the board with 9 points.
Yeah, that skyrocketed him up.
And Florante, again, takes her very precise shot at the green target.
Illyric only shot once that round, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
And she misses the green target. Back around to Damanjot, who has no arrows and takes his 2 points. Koth, once again, just fires blindly down the range. He had the feeling this is not his particular favorite competition.
I mean, with his strength bonus, you might as well just fire and hope to penetrate.
That seems to be his tactic.
Yeah.
He'll be cutting logs later.
Oh, I imagine.
Navarantha just takes her 2 points. No, Maple just takes her 2 points. Amarantha is up.
What's our scores now?
Damanjot is in the lead with 13. Snow Maple and Ilwraith are tied at second for 9. Navarantha has 7 and is tied with Amaranthe for 7. And Koth is last place, but on the board with 5. Oh, and
So is that 10?
Sorry, Florente is last and has 3.
Snow has 10 points.
She has 10. Did I forget one?
Yeah, the first round was hit, hit, crit.
Oh, right.
The second round was 1 hit.
Okay,
Or
perfect.
search protection, 2
Thanks,
rounds.
John.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So yeah, Snow Maple solidly in second place then.
I feel like second place is perfectly respectable.
So can I even keep up if I
You
crit,
can,
crit,
yeah.
crit?
Yeah, because a crit on the first target is worth 3. That'll like a single crit will put you into second place.
Yeah, if you crit, 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 you'll win, I think.
Well,
I haven't
we'll
done the math, but it looks good.
keep going. Well, they get points for not shooting arrows too, right? So
Yeah, it's 2 points. 2 points for every round that you're basically waiting. So Damajot is basically holding on to his lead narrowly.
all right, well, we'll keep going. Grenade for me, Prof.
Damjot,
Yeah,
it's a
another
very interesting technique you have.
Another crit crafting for you. Yeah.
Well, you know, one of the best that my country's ever produced.
Oh, without a doubt.
29 is a hit.
I'm gonna hero point it.
Okay. Uh, 34 is 1 shy of a crit.
Damn it! Nothing I can do about it.
34 plus 3.
The plus 2 is already counted.
Oh. Oh, right.
Okay.
8 plus 3. See it.
Wraith with his last arrow will do his bragging again. And Amarantha, you detect as he brags this time, just like the ever so subtle flow of magic.
Hmm.
Ooh. Where's he from again, Chris?
He's from Daggermark.
Daggermark. Also cheaters. Gotcha.
I would very subtly like to dispel magic.
You can't dispel it. You can't dispel as a reaction.
No, but if he's casting on himself, then I can dispel that effect.
You can dispel it on your turn.
Yeah, but we're not in combat round, right?
You kind of technically are.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And that's a momentary thing. Basically, he's casting True Strike.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're all gonna do that.
You could counterspell it.
I don't have counterspell.
Oh. And he misses anyway. Florante. Again.
Excellent attempt. Somebody was going for the good sportsmanship points.
She sinks into the green.
If only there was those.
Yeah, well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're not going to be sneaking underhanded, it seems like the second best thing to be is aggressively friendly.
Damajot just waits out his turn. The second last round. Koth once again just fires off. Navarantha and Snow Maple just ride out their points. That'll take us to Amarantha.
How's their points looking now?
Damajot still in the lead with 15, Koth with 5, Navarantha at 9, Snow Maple at 11, Amarantha currently at 8, Floranta at 6, and Ilwraith at 9. Professor and Lindsay being the cheering section.
So does the crit fish seem to work? Is that what we're doing?
I mean, if you crit, that'll put you up to 11.
Then another crit will put you to 14.
Yeah.
The best you can do is tie with Snow Maple for second.
Yeah. Right
But I
now,
think
we're
second is
doing
assuredly ours.
No, the guy in the lead is the dude with the adamantine arrows, right?
currently, yes.
Okay.
Your best bet would be if you're able to get a crit on the middle target. But that
I
seems
have
like
to
a
roll
lot.
pretty high.
But it might be worth it because Snow already has second place.
True.
So if you're competing with Snow, then there's not much point. So it might be best.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was asking. Like how do we get to first?
I think by you critting the middle target. So
So
maybe
that
it
would
might be time
mean
to do some light cheating.
We report
what's the
guy-
reflex save of a target?
Reflex save on a target is non-applicable.
We report the guy who's got the adamantine arrows. He's the only one who's penetrated the red target.
Koth did too.
Well, he did it twice though, didn't he?
No, but Koth did it through pure brute strength.
Yeah, but isn't there 2 adamantine arrows in the red target?
I think there's one in the red and one in the green. But
Okay.
there's definitely adamantine targets. And Koth is from Patax, so the odds of them going like, yeah, he's totally a cheater, they are more than likely to blame somebody that's not their guy, in which case they'll actually be right.
Yeah, so there's no sense trying to get another second place. Might as well go for first. So I'll crit fish for the middle.
Okay.
Well, hero point it.
Not gonna subtle cast True Strike or whatever.
Not till I run out of hero points.
30 will hit.
Yeah, probably not going to do any damage though.
Nope, 3 bounces off. Right. Ilwraith. Ilwraith has no arrows left. That's because of Flante, her last arrow. She's going to try to green target. Or her second last arrow, I guess. 36, 38. 38 is not a critical. 6 is enough to match the hardness, though. So that is another 3 points for her.
Do you have to match or exceed?
You have to match.
Okay. And that was her last arrow?
No, she has 1 left. She's been doing 1 around.
Okay.
Her and Koth and Amaranth are the ones shooting the last round.
Gotcha.
Koth. And once again, far target. Like he doesn't have a care in the world. Oh, and misses. That'll take us to Amaranth. Or Amaranthar.
Yeah, so I can't win this anyway, right?
You can tie for first if you crit the middle.
Okay, I will conceal spell. Sure.
Okay.
Time to get reporting, I feel like.
You're the only one that would notice that you cast a spell, so.
And
Oh.
we'll do quick fish, I guess.
Sure Strike also ignores the range penalty,
It does.
Oh,
which is kind of cute.
that is.
You got an 8 for me?
Yep, I got it. I gave you another +3.
No range penalty for the middle one anyway.
-2.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
That's still a hit.
But, but not enough to penetrate, unfortunately. That will take us to Florente and Ilwraith. Neither one of whom. Well, actually, if she bullseye, she could actually pull ahead.
Isn't it 5 damage reduction on the middle one?
6.
Oh, 6. Oh,
It's 2, 6, 10.
oh. I thought it was 10.
So if she bullseye, she can actually win this. And that is not a bullseye, though. That is a hit. And doesn't even penetrate. So yes, so at the end of things, Damajot is in first place. Snow Maple is in second place at 13. Navarantha is
delightful.
in third. Amarantha is fourth. Florente or Ilwraith is fourth. Amarante is fifth, and Florente is sixth. So Snow Maple wins second place.
Yeah, the Snow Maple's not going to report him, but if Traxton does, that's up to him.
Yeah, he's going to, actually. I'm going to go to that Osiris guy, or whatever his name is.
Nunzio.
Nunzio?
Nunzio. Our good friend Nunzio.
Yeah. I'm just going to walk up to him. And what's the guy's, the big fella's name again?
Not Jack.
The guy that actually cheated, or or somebody else.
No, the guy that actually cheated, the one that shot the adamantine.
That was Damanjot.
Okay.
The half-orc.
Okay. I'm just going to walk up to him and say the half-orc is cheating. He's using adamantine. See what happens.
Give me a diplomacy roll.
Oh, good. So nothing's going to happen.
He's got super spaghetti armor.
I call it now. Diplomacy. Oh. Oh. It's not complete shit.
Ooh, especially when you roll a critical.
Hello. I didn't know what that sign was, but that was a 20, I guess.
Yeah. So Nunzio's like, he swapped out the arrows, you mean? And he like motions for like 2 of the warders, and 2 of the warders, like, they don't grab the competitor, but they do stand right next to him, one on each side. They're like, which targets did he hit?
Firing adamantine arrowheads. Red and green, by my reckoning.
Right. So they go down, they check, and the only people who hit the red target were Koth and Damanjot.
Yep.
And they're like, the red and green. Koth only fired at the red. And they just kind of nod, and the warders kind of like drag Damanjot away, like, you know, his heels dragging in the dirt. It does not seem like it takes them a great deal of effort to drag this kicking, screaming half-orc away.
Oof.
Okay. I give him a little wink if he looks at me as he's being dragged away.
Oh, there's a look of panic on his face as he's being dragged away by these 2 plate armor clad giants of men.
Yeah, I'm guessing he doesn't get sent home.
Nope.
Maybe in a box. Hard to say.
He's getting switched behind the outhouse, I have a feeling.
Oh, if he's lucky.
Yep.
But that is enough to bump Snow Maple up to first place.
Oh, snap.
And that was a wink for
Yeah,
some.
by technicality.
Hey, holding on to that one in my pocket.
As the ceremonies come to a close, and Nunzio does make an announcement about the unfortunate events that happened with the competitor who was caught cheating, and how much they expect better from representatives from Timon. And
Right.
he has not been ejected from the festival, only from the archery competition, and his results don't stand. If he elects to compete in other events, he is allowed to, but they will be keeping a very close eye on him, of course.
Oh, good.
Excellent. Excellent.
So they didn't straight up gank him.
They didn't straight
No.
up gank him.
That's
No.
nice.
Yeah, too many eyes around for that, I feel like.
But you guys can make note that you did earn 2 tournament points,
Excellent.
and everybody gets 80 XP.
Oh, nice.
I feel like we win this, we
Sweet.
put the airship on like autopilot and then go into the Magnificent Mansion for sleeping.
That puts us to 222.
I believe so.
What did you say? 80?
80.
I've got us at 382.
Oh, I might have missed a session.
Not sure.
I'm at 142 now before I add anything. That's what I show.
Yeah, I was also at 142.
Oh, maybe mine's wrong.
Maybe. Maybe he didn't reset at some point.
Hard to say. What is it you guys have?
222.
222. Or 222. Yeah.
So looking at time, I think we'll do the log queuing, because the log queuing should be fairly quick. Because I imagine you're entering flour into that.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Queue up our biggest, strongest, beefiest bitch we got.
So after the archery, everybody's free to wander around and do things and visit the vendors and talk to people, and there's some like celebrations and partying. A lot of people congratulating Snow Maple on the win, so on and so forth. So, like, everybody
Maple does her best to be very gracious.
everybody's in good mood, and Lindsay is wasting no time at all in starting to spread the word about what an awesome archer Snow Maple is, and how like she's not even the best. Like, they didn't send their best; they sent like their third best and the new guy, just because they didn't want to show anybody up.
Fair.
I mean, it's true. Snow Maple has no feats in archery
Like Jamie
whatsoever.
Cadley, we did kind of leave our best at home.
Same.
So she basically spreads the word that, like, you know, if you come for us, our archers will mow you to pieces before you even hit the battlefield, sort of thing, is the story she's spreading.
Yeah, like you think she's good. Well then
You
bunch
can
of
come
crap.
for us, but you'll die in the shade.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
There's a night before the next event, right?
There is a night before the next event.
Because I think I might also like to jump into the log hewing if we're not gonna offer up another second competitor.
Yeah,
What's the rules for
Professor.
it?
Sure.
Okay, the test of the axe. Each contestant is assigned to one 15-foot square demarcated at each corner by a large upright log. The winner is the first contestant to hew through all 4 of their logs using a great axe. At the start, contestants are supplied with a great axe and directed to take position inside their square. The 6 contestants can start hacking away at their logs. Magic is allowed, but only to enhance the axe or the wielder. You cannot cast a spell directly on a log or on someone else. Contestants must stay within their own demarcated area.
Not on the map.
You will be
Yeah.
in a sec.
Yay, thank you.
we know magic's allowed, we still definitely want to send Flower, but who else do we want to send?
I'm trained in athletics, but that's it.
And the way this works mechanically is it's straight damage is
It is damage against the axe or against the log.
right. And the only thing you're allowed to use to damage the log is the axe?
Yep.
Okay. I was going to say throw me in there because I can get a ton of extra damage, but Gretch needs to be involved for that.
Well, in this
Well,
case,
the logs are dead, right?
They are.
So Traxton could chop them if without breaking your taboos or whatever.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
okay, Traxton, if you want to go in, I can give you and Flower each an energy mutagen to give you some bonus damage.
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
I picked up a new
Okay,
spell.
I'll do that.
Give me some extra damage, too.
And if folks would like to size up the logs, you can certainly do so via crafting rolls.
Might as well.
You mean help-wise during the...
Well, I mean, as you're getting to kind of look, so you can kind of gauge like what the hardness and everything of the logs are, kind of like, so you knew what the ACs of the different targets were.
We're working with wood. I know wood.
There's an energy mutagen for each of you in the party stash.
Ooh.
So the logs are AC 20, hardness 5, hit points at 20, and a break threshold of 10.
What's the hotkey for the party loot again?
I think it's P.
P.
And then stash,
Yeah.
I think.
What was
Is
it
there a
called?
key for the party loot?
Energy mutagen?
No, there is too.
Yep, energy mutagen.
God, I've been doing it through the menus like a sucker this whole time.
Sorry, it was AC 20, break threshold 10, hardness what?
Hardness 5.
Although I seem to be stuck on the Obsidian Veil party.
Oh, Chris should be able to switch you over.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to.
I'm still in the players list. I'm still on Seamus.
There we go.
There it is.
And as they announced the competitors, the first one, a fairly young, frail-looking human named Yagina from Daggermark. She actually has a little bit of trouble picking up the axe.
Oh.
Oh dear, is she the one with the staff?
Maybe. There is a male human, a handsome man, full beard. Complains that last year they were allowed to use like weapons of choice and he's not allowed to use his twin battle axes, and how dare they change the rules at the last minute. And his name is Kilbaskian, not Karen.
Oh, he's a swarthy looking fellow.
There's a female dwarf, Dazan Marmada, who is a professional lumberjack.
Ah, they brought in a ringer.
She is from Mavon. And from Timon Timsina, she is a female human. She's a very well-known face amongst the many fighting pits and arenas. She is a cleric of Gorum.
Ah, he's probably well known for those abs.
Yeah, she was kind of hoping that there'd be like a ground melee, but instead she's going to have to chop logs. And then Flower and Traxton.
I'm sure they can put. I'm sure they can put faces on them if you want.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah. Drink the mutagen before we get out there. It's for an hour, right? I don't think this will last an hour, will it?
Oh no, probably not.
I doubt it.
Make sure to you need to drag the effect onto yourself as well.
Oh,
If you just
do I?
use it, it
How do I
won't.
do that?
Yeah, we'll put it on.
How do I do that?
Um, there we go. You should be able to drag that effect energy mutagen right onto your token.
I got it. What type of energy would you like to do? Acid, cold, electricity, or fire?
Oh, I'm thinking either acid or fire.
Fire's probably a safe bet.
Yeah, we'll do fire.
Yeah, same.
Nothing wrong with little fire.
Got it. Same for Traxon.
Yep, I think I just did it myself.
Perfect.
And also, before I go out there, under my breath. Well, not really under my breath, because it's not disallowed, because I can enchant myself if I want to.
Yep.
I will cast upon my body a new spell that I have called Elemental Gift. Now, just so I'm sure, though, how this works, it has a duration of a minute.
Yep.
Does that mean every turn I have to devote an action to maintaining it, or no?
No. It just means
Okay.
that it lasts for a minute.
That's what I figured. Okay.
Yeah. The ones that are like concentration, like in 5e, are called sustain.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, no, nothing like that there. So I will select electric metal. So I'll do electric damage. Put that on myself too. Metal. Got it. All right.
Okay.
And I cast
Oh, this
it.
spell looks cool.
There we go. Make sure I
Very
have it
neat.
on my sheet. All right. Oh, initiatives.
It's just the easiest way to kind of track everything, like what order things happen in.
Oh, gotcha.
And I would like to rage if I can on this in quotations initiative.
You certainly can. It'll end very quickly because there are actually no enemies, but you'll at least get that first hit in with it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going for here.
So.
Would you like to also try to demoralize the competition?
Uh-huh. I would if I can. Mainly the one like to the left of me if he's within range.
He's actually just outside.
Ah.
I think that's supposed to be a she.
That's a she. That's designed.
Oh, that's a she?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only one within range is Traxton.
Oh, is that the dwarf?
Yeah.
That's me. Don't
Flower's a
take it.
dwarf and he couldn't tell. That's the crazy thing about this.
Well, you're kind
You have to wait until they speak, really.
Holding on to that sword for too long.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's just dwarfs. Like she probably has almost a better beard than I do.
All right. So the first round, the frail little lady, she's going to haul up her axe, and then she is going to cast a spell and then quicken a spell. And she's going to cast a magic weapon on her axe and haste on herself. That is her turn.
Is that the one that can barely lift her axe?
Yeah. Kabaxin, he is just going... He's just going to chop an axe. Oh, he hits.
I think Snow Maple probably got a bag of candied almonds at the rotunda. She'll offer them around. Almond?
Really quick, I think in the remaster they did away with rage ending where there are no opponents.
Did they?
Yeah, it now says until the end of the encounter.
Oh, there you go then.
Lovely.
So people just start chopping.
Go flower.
Was there
Okay.
an axe that I should have hadn't been able to equip?
If you go to equipment, just grab a great axe, just a normal great axe, and
It'll...
oof. She kills a. She basically the female dwarf lumberjack drops an axe with one blow. Or drops a.
Well, she is a lumberjack.
She is.
Where do I find equipment again?
Just go
Been
to
a
your
while.
just go to your inventory and pull up the little spyglass next to your weapon.
Okay. Great axe.
Got it.
Yep, we're good.
All right. Flower, you're up. Seething with rage, you see your competition has already started hacking down trees.
We'll have that equipped. Okay, I'm just gonna start swinging.
Okay. So yeah, you can actually target one of the axes if you like.
Yep. I have it.
Or one of the oak logs.
Here's where we find out they spiked one of them with rebar.
Oh no! I'm going to
it's
heal.
it's a hit. It's not a crit, but it's a hit.
I can do better than a 2.
There you go, critical hit. Just absolutely pulverizes one tree.
Yes.
Still have 2 more actions.
So that tree's gone.
That tree is gone.
Moving on to the next one.
The log falls over, and somehow the wood is.
Oh, wait,
underneath it.
I'll just deal with the hit.
Do you get the crit specialization effect? Can he cleave that tree into the other?
Yes, he can actually.
I would like to.
So is that the free hit?
So choose one creature adjacent to the initial target and within reach. It's close enough for these purposes because it specifies cleave works. If its AC is lower than your attack roll result for the critical hit, you still damage equal to the result of the weapon damage die you rolled, including extra dice. Basically, you don't get the doubling and you don't get additional bonus. You just get the die roll on it.
Okay.
The die roll on that was... it was only 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the second one is also a hit.
$23 damages.
23 is not quite enough to cut through that second tree. That second tree is still barely standing.
Well, I'll do my third attack then.
Okay. Missed by 1.
It's AC 20 though.
It is AC 20.
The Great Axe has sweep, so it gets +1 because he attacked the other tree this round.
Oh, that's right too.
Ooh.
So 20 is a hit, and that
I'll
will be
roll
enough.
damage.
That will be enough to destroy that tree as well.
I'll roll it anyway, just because.
Okay.
John is
2
doing
down.
work today.
Yeah, that's right. So Flower just lets out this primal roar and cleaves through 2 trees. Everybody else just kind of stops, takes a moment, double checks.
I'm about to just give up here, I think.
All the fingers and toes are still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He hasn't started looking at the other contestants yet with that smile of just blood rage.
Tim Cena, the one who was bitching about not being able to use axes, just looks over at Flower, looks over the other competitions, just throws down the great axe, lets out this primal scream, and you can see the shockwave from her voice as one of the trees just explodes under her scream, and then she just walks off.
Yeah, I was gonna say that gotta disqualify you right there.
I mean, the contest is to hew the tree.
With Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
explode it with your rage
Yeah.
voice.
Yeah, she did not
I
want
mean, if you're allowed to blow them up.
Yeah, that's a different thing altogether. But
Yep.
all right,
Traxton.
all right. So I target one of these trees and got a great axe attack here set up. So
Yep,
target and strike.
that's it.
Okay. Hopefully, all
Go
my shit
Traxton!
comes- I don't get any bonus to hit because this tree is not in metal armor. Poop. I hit anyway, I think.
I mean, we could've wrapped some
Yep,
tinfoil
that is a
around it.
hit.
Energy mutagen is on. Elemental gift is on. Hiya!
It's a good start.
Yep,
Something. All right, next attack. I got 3 actions, right?
you do.
Whoa. That one hit 2.
That is a hit. The tree is still standing.
Oh. Well, we know who's going to be the take-home champion in this one. It ain't going to be me. Oh, I got a crit on that one, though.
Ah!
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and that tree just explodes.
Yeah, I'm rolling it, though. I want to see what it is.
Ooh, Nelly.
36.
Nice.
One
5
down.
damage into his next tree.
I wish.
Well, you also get the crit specialization.
Oh, right, yes, because it's the weapon. True,
Yep.
true.
Might as well get some damage on target.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
whatever the die roll was.
I think it came up a 5.
Came up with 5, so it doesn't penetrate the hardness.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gotcha.
All right. Back around. Eugenia, little tiny one.
Oh, Jesus.
She's going to attack with her mighty axe. Her magic axe.
This wizard with magic weapon and haste does more damage.
She probably
than
just
you
does like spinorama, you know? Just
Tasmanian devil. Yeah.
Turns into a buzzsaw.
Her first hit is 28.
Good.
So she destroys one tree.
Ooh.
Misses the second one. Hits with the third one, though. Not enough to destroy it, though.
Shouldn't she have damage on that second one from the first one?
She didn't have enough.
Oh,
She probably doesn't have the crit special.
She doesn't have the.
oh
yeah,
that's true.
yeah.
She's a wizard, yeah.
But
Yeah, you have to.
but she does destroy it with her fourth action,
Oh, right, her hasted action.
her hasted action.
Wha-
Well, that's enough of that.
So the
How
one,
how far away are we from her?
you are 50 feet, maybe.
Oh, I'm gonna dispel that when I get the chance.
Okay. You may as well. I mean, you're not actually in the initiative, but if you would like to, you certainly can.
Fuck yeah.
Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Let's get rid of that magic axe. Eh? Wizard swinging axes aren't a great idea.
Let's say the haste, maybe.
I mean, you can swing it feebly or fast if you want to, but
Yeah, she cast magic weapon on it too, probably.
She did.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what level it was though.
Oh, if that doesn't do
boy.
it,
Oof. 38 on the counteract against her.
if that doesn't do it, we're gonna need to recruit her to our team.
That's right. Yeah.
So counteract at the counteract rank is 7 or less. It is 7 or less.
And that was concealed too.
Right. And that was on the magic axe.
On the axe, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Kabaxian, he's just going to attack. Ooh, even on a critical, not enough to actually break through the log.
He looks like he's more familiar swinging scimitars around.
He
probably.
is a scimitar fighter.
I feel his pain.
Yeah.
And his
I
third.
mean, I think 1 around is perfectly respectable.
Agreed.
Tizan, she did not get all the way through her second log.
It's not even a timed competition, is it? It's just like fastest win.
It's whenever you get through all of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's fastest wins.
So it's not timed. Right? If your other players, if your other contestants are equally slow, then...
Like the difference between like when it comes to like the hewing is just like the lumberjacks probably being like very precise. Flower has like it's an explosive impact.
Yeah, it's half bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, it's not necessarily he's using the axe. He's just using it as an extension of his own strength.
He doesn't care if the edge hits it, yeah.
Flower's probably just swinging dead on too.
Speaking of Flower,
The
Give her, bud.
oh, we're giving her.
Gonna give her.
Is this a worthy challenge?
Logs? Doubtful.
oof.
There you go. There it is.
That is another crit, though.
Starting it off good.
Oh my.
Oh, and that's a
There's
12.
there's
That's
a
12 on the
12.
follow through.
Oh, goodbye.
Into the next one.
Bye-bye,
The
tree tree.
massive damage immediately kills them.
Fucking flower.
The massive
Right.
damage.
You've got your second action. That tree is gone.
I feel like
Yeah.
that says everything we need to know.
It does. Right there.
Oof.
There we go.
Mad
Max
wolf.
damage.
Forget about it.
So Flower, after your second action, you can just wait to see who comes in second.
Flower's going to actually use his last one to just bury the axe in the dirt.
Hey,
I
and
give
just-
up. Yeah.
And just like hard enough that he can actually like lean against the axe pole.
hey.
And he was just watching whoever comes next.
Right.
And he's also giving Traxon like a thumbs up.
All right, Traxton, you're up.
Right. I am. Let's see what we can do here. Strive for that second place.
And there's like this time it's not just Lindsay leading the crowd. There's a bunch of other people like they've literally never seen. Like-
I critted it.
Oh, excellent.
Nice.
Let's see what happens here. Ka-chank.
I am the
Oh.
bloodstone of the marches.
But that is
Still
enough to
okay.
destroy that tree. Yep.
Yeah, that's a
Oh,
good one.
perfect. Okay, so that
Very good.
brings some damage to my next tree, doesn't it? maybe?
3, but that's not enough for the hardness.
Okay, not enough. Okay, next tree. Oh, next attack, not the first attack. Oh, that one's no good.
That's a miss.
I'll reroll. I can reroll this one.
It's a hit because of sweep.
Oh, there you go. It is a hit. Thank you. I keep
Oh,
forgetting about the
okay.
sweep.
Damage.
Hit on a 2.
It is a log. Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I think I have one more strike left.
You do have a third strike.
See if I can take 3 trees before this is all over. Last attack. I doubt it.
That'll
Oh,
hit.
excellent. Oh, more than 3 on the D12. Nice.
It's still barely standing.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh well. At least we went first place.
2.5 trees by the second round. Pretty good.
All right.
Like you're more than 1 tree per round.
Eugenia. She no longer has her magic axe.
It's a shame.
Oh, you didn't get rid of the haste. You got rid of the magic weapon.
Yeah, I figured a wizard swinging an axe could do whatever it wants.
Oh, sure.
Without that extra dice of damage, she's not nearly as much of a threat.
Well, especially the odds of critting, right? So it's like 40-12.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
As someone who has played a low strength character, I know how that is.
Yep.
So yeah, she doesn't even get through an axe that time.
Yeah, I might keep this subtle spell.
Subtle spell is
Spinner.
really good.
Sure.
Spinning like a whirligig.
She's hitting it with the flat side of the axe, though. That's the problem.
Once Flower's work is done, like I feel like Snow Maple just like waggles her bag of almonds at him and tries to throw almonds from the stands at him.
Can Flower like go over to the stand to get some almonds?
Oh yes.
Yeah, he'll just come over. He'll just lean against the box.
Yeah.
Baby bird style, one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Lovely.
Oh, there's a crit.
over here. I know it's out of turn, but we'll just went over there.
They're candy.
Mr. Cemetery.
Yeah.
Probably a little cinnamon.
And the lumberjack.
She gonna explode 2 fucking trees now, watch.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If she keeps
Fa-
rolling like that, she will.
Yeah. Favored enemy fucking cellulose.
Favorite enemy, lumber.
Yeah.
Well, she explodes
Yep.
one.
1 down.
That's only a hit.
Oh, she's got 1 more attack left.
You're still in this, buddy.
And her last attack.
Miss.
Oh, not 20.
Oh,
Ah, boo.
Oh, boo.
That's some bullshit right there.
So yeah, with a resounding blow, she fells the last tree, coming in second place.
well, they introduced her as a lumberjack. Come on.
They
The
did.
dwarves took it 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah, her special ability is the logs only have hardness 2 when she hits them.
Oh, snap.
See?
Okay.
Lumberjack.
Couldn't beat Pure Rage.
She couldn't.
Favored enemy, bark.
But yes, they are. Not only do they announce Flower as the winner, but they also acknowledge the new record. Basically, like he destroyed 3 logs in
8 seconds. 9
8.
seconds.
Yeah, like not even 10 seconds.
I mean, realistically, the axe probably isn't in great shape either.
Oh,
The axe is
buttery.
probably not.
Oh no.
He did
yeah.
like literally after like doing this, he then buried the blade in the dirt. So like, probably not.
Yeah.
The
We're
shat-
gonna show.
Reinforcement.
We're gonna show up tomorrow for the boast, and the axe is still in the dirt because nobody can get it out.
Ooh.
Sword and stone situation.
Oh.
Axe in the dirt.
But with that, they basically you guys are in the lead in terms of overall tournament performance, with 4 tournament points.
There isn't any other reward for this. It's just tournament points, is it?
Yes, and then whoever has the most tournament points at the end wins the grand prize.
Right. Okay. Cool.
But yes, Dazan is from Mivon, so Mivon is on the board with like 1 point.
Oh, nice.
Actually, I have to double check who actually came in second place in the archery.
I was gonna ask if
Didn't Amaranth
If-
third place?
Amaranth wasn't in second.
She is.
I don't think so.
No, he was in like 4th.
Oh.
He got,
By,
he got- Sorry?
by my record, Elraith was in second.
That's what I've got too.
Okay.
So we're in the lead. We win.
So Daggermark has 1 tournament point, Mavon has 1 tournament point, and the Marches have 4 tournament points.
Oh,
We are
even better.
dominating.
I mean, so yeah, you guys are completely dominating the tournament so far.
How many? Was there 4 events total?
There are 4 events total.
Okay.
We've
we
still
can have
got the boast and the what's the other one?
The
Joust.
midnight joust.
Right, the joust.
We take first in another one of these, we'll carry the tournament. They can't catch up to us.
Are they great? We're not very good at jousting.
Yeah. I
I
feel
got
like
a
we
boast.
might have the boast unlocked though.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the boast. Yeah.
For the boast,
Yeah.
do we want to put the prof and Lindsay in?
100%.
Ooh. Yeah, let's put
10,000%.
Lindsay in there too.
110.
Chris said he didn't want any of the NPCs.
Oh,
Yeah, I'd rather not have NPCs rolling against NPCs.
All right, no worries.
Who's like our other big hitter for boasting?
I got 22 deception, which is not bad.
maybe I'm
I
right
know
there with the
I have diplomacy
No.
and
brain
intimidation.
stuff. No.
So the way the boasting works is there are 4 separate skills you can roll, and you can't use the same skill more than once.
Okay.
So it's diplomacy, intimidation, performance, or a lore related to the story you're telling.
Count me out of all of those.
So the
Yeah,
prop is
so-
definitely our best.
Hold
Run,
on.
run that.
Yes.
Run that again. What was the list?
Deception,
Mhm.
Diplomacy,
Mhm.
intimidation,
Mhm.
performance, or lore. So 5 different skills. You can use any 3.
I have 3 that I'm okay with.
Professor's got a bucket full of lore too, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah. I've got. I think all of those skills.
Yeah.
And I think I have
don't have
items for
performance
most
or
of them as well.
deception.
Well, we should
Lore's
probably,
not. I could do well on lore.
yeah, we should probably put 2 in for that one, or at least try to be putting 2 people in for each one. Honestly.
I'd have to talk about guild lore if I was doing lore.
Yeah, no, I'm no good for this one at all. I've got like
Yeah.
one of those skills.
I'm our best at intimidation, and I think I have like a plus 18 for diplomacy.
How many rolls do we need to make, Chris?
3.
Oh,
So
okay.
I've got 22 deception, but my other ones are 17 and 16.
I can do 23, 21, 19.
No, actually, I could do
What
a
am I
pair
at
of
there?
17s. So
Yeah.
diplomacy and intimidation are both 17s.
But we
Yeah,
will.
I've got like 24, 24, 23.
Oh, damn you.
Oh,
Yeah.
also, everybody gets 80 XP for Flower's performance in the log queuing.
Ooh, so 302.
302. All right.
Flower and Traxton's performance in the...
Flower and Traxton's performance.
Yes, Flower and
Yeah,
Trax.
boy.
Although to note, if if Traxton had come in second place is also worth XP.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we should definitely be putting 2 people in every time.
And also by entering Traxton in here, you got there so that Koth could not take part.
No.
Excellent.
You snagged his slot fruit from under him. But we'll pick this up in a couple of weeks with the remaining events and whatever else happens at the festival.
That makes sense because Snow Maple is like right there first thing in the morning to sign everybody up
Yep.
for the right events.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, sounds good.
Perfect.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
right.
sounds great, guys.
Have a good night, folks.
Night,
Alright,
guys.
have a good night, guys.
Night, night.